July 12th marks a big moment for the Disk System, because this is the end of DOG, Square's Disk Original Group, and I doubt that anyone was really sorry to see it go. DOG was a consortium of small developers for PC games that all got together and took advantage of Square's console connections to publish Disk System games. Unfortunately, since most of those developers didn't really have experience with a console, DOG wound up publishing a lot of, dogs. The Disk System bombing didn't help that, and by this point, Square was finding enormous success in Famicom cartridges all on their own. The DOG developers scattered to the winds, some finding new publishing partners, some publishing themselves on consoles, and the experiment in collective publishing came to an end with 2 games released on the same day. And rather than being full package releases, both of them were released to the rewriter kiosk, the game vending machines where you'd take your old Famicom Disk System games and have them rewritten with new ones. This is going to be a bit weird, but that is not the cover of Akuu Senki Raijin that you would get with the game. From this point on, I don't believe that any games released through the rewriter has a cover that was available alongside it. However, for Akuu Senki Raijin and Moonball Magic, covers had already been designed for them. So what do you do with that? Well, Square put out a promotional flyer for both games that included 2 versions of the covers for each game, and you could cut them out of the flyer and put them in the box with your floppy. So this is one of 2 covers that was made for Akuu Senki Raijin, but if you went out and overwrote your disc with it, you wouldn't be able to get this cover alongside it. Akuu Senki Raijin is the only Nintendo console release for its developer, Microcabin. In 1988, they were still relatively obscure, with most of their major games being ports of someone else's game. But next year, they do have a breakout hit with Zack, an action RPG series that becomes their bread and butter for most of the early 90s. Right now, however, they were heavily gambling on Raijin, because Raijin wasn't a single game. They were attempting to make a merchandising franchise. So you could have bought models of the robot and enemies from Akuu Senki Raijin, or you could have gone out and snacked on Akuu Senki Raijin candy. All of this for a game that, even if it was the greatest game ever made, would be doomed to obscurity just due to the platform and how it was released. So, what exactly is Akuu Senki Raijin? Raijin is the name of the big red robot that you drive around in mazes for 6 stages, and you're attempting to defeat the robotic forces of Golem. That's G-A-L-E-M, not G-O-L-E-M. As humanity pushed the boundaries of the universe, they were attacked by these mechanized forces, and Raijin is the defensive machine built to stop them. There are 3 save slots on the disc, and the name in the 3rd slot can be used for some cheat codes. Putting photo there makes you invincible, and putting Gamera followed by a number will skip you to that stage. He is truly a friend to all children. Of course, I just entered my usual name and got started. And when you start, you're on an empty screen, and you can't do a thing here. What you really have to do at this point is read the manual, because otherwise you will never figure out this game. What you have to do is face in the upward direction, and then press select. That'll transform Raijin from robot mode to flight mode. In either mode, A shoots your small gun, while B fires your special weapon. The special weapon has limited ammunition, and you start with an explosive shot. Initially, I tried to use the special weapon while I was playing the stage, but you can only get ammo in between levels. And if you die and continue, your ammo level remains the same. So in general, you're much better off never using your special weapon and just sticking with the regular gun. Now as you're flying, you'll pass over sections where there's terrain that you can walk on. If you hit select when you're perfectly lined up with those, then you'll land. So what you really need to do is hit select as soon as you've taken off from the other terrain, and that will make sure that you automatically land when you reach the next one. Otherwise, there's a pretty good chance you'll just fly over it. Those flight sections link the ground combat area in a bit of a maze. So you have to land at those intersection areas, and then face the direction that you want and hit select again to fly onward. You have health represented by the energy bar in the lower left, and you start with 200 units. The maximum is 300 units, and very, very rarely, enemies will drop an energy pod that you can collect and it will restore 40 units of energy up to a maximum of 300. Getting shot by enemies does hardly anything, but coming into contact with them does enormous damage, as does bumping into terrain. The invulnerability period is also super brief, so if an enemy gets on top of you, your health just drains away. Especially since you are extremely slow, and a lot of enemy patterns involve them just lining up with you and sitting on you. You're going to notice that you have pretty much no maneuverability in this game. Even in the flight section, it's hard to avoid things, and on foot, well, you're just going to get shot in the face a whole lot and not be able to do anything about it. While you're on foot, when you defeat an enemy, it's likely to just respawn. Sometimes they'll respawn in these squares, and then other times they'll respawn at the edge of the screen. If you kill enough of them, eventually they'll stop respawning, but that can take a while. Sometimes you just won't have any other choice though. On all 5 stages of Raijin, your goal is to destroy the main computer unit. To do that, you first have to get access to the room. Step 1 in that process is getting a data chip, and the data chips are hidden somewhere on the level in a space where you have to perform some kind of action to make it appear. On stage 1, you have to destroy all of the enemies that spawn in this upper right section. Once the requirement is fulfilled, the data chip, which just looks like a spiky ball, will float in for you to collect. Okay, you have a data chip. Now you need a key card. The key card doesn't appear until you have the data chip, so if you've been exploring, you have to go back through all the rooms and find the one where the key card appeared. Fortunately, there is a tell, because usually the key card is sealed up, and you'll have to go through the maze on another path in order to shoot a lock open, then go back around the other way, and you can collect the data card. Now that you have the data card, you should go prepared to fight the boss, right? Maybe build up your energy stores again? You need one more thing before you can move on, and that's coordinates for the next computer. Fortunately, you don't have to go hunting for that, it's just sitting around in the open in one of the rooms. Now that you have all of that, on the way to the boss room, you'll encounter a mini-boss while you're flying, and you'll have to shoot it down before you can continue. Finally, you reach the boss, and all you have to do here is shoot the 2 weapons platforms to either side, and then you can shoot the pod in the middle. Nothing appears to be happening as you shoot it, but it's slowly taking damage, and it'll explode someday. Now, if you collected the weapon unit while you were running around and exploring, that's this circular W thing here, then you get to go to the shop, recharge your stocks, and purchase new equipment. There are 4 weapons you can buy, plus 1 additional one that has to be found, and 3 types of shields that will take damage for you. You can only buy 1 weapon and 1 shield on every visit to the shop, and your funds depend on how many enemies you've shot down. The shop menu works a little bit like the pause menu, which you bring up by pressing the start button, and then press the B button to go into submenus, and then press B to select what you want to use. When you press start to close out of this menu, the game is still paused, and then you have to hit start again to continue playing. The shop menu does have one significant difference between it and the pause menu. After you hit B to enter the screen where you can buy things, you have to hit the A button to purchase, and the B button backs out to the main menu. Yes, they reversed what the buttons did within the same menu system. Once you've made your purchases, you can save your game, or just move on. Either way, you advance to the next level. And what you're seeing here is as far as I got in the game. I've got a weapon that spins items around me that get wiped out if I get near a wall, and because the corridors are so narrow, I am always near a wall. But at least the shield prevents me from taking some damage. The reason I had such a hard time getting to stage 2 is that your health gets whittled down fast in Raijin. It is extremely difficult to avoid damage, in many cases impossible to avoid damage, and there isn't much in the way of recovery. The action is so slowly paced that even though you only have to visit 5 or 6 screens, it takes about 10 minutes for every attempt. I kept getting wiped out after I had collected everything and on my way to the boss. Once I got there, the boss was trivial, but this is a game that is spectacularly unfair. In Japan, Raijin is super obscure, and opinion among those people who have played it is pretty divided. You've got people who love it, and people who find it to be a miserable experience. And I am definitely one of that second crowd. This game just feels incredibly clumsy. Maybe if enemies took less hits to defeat, if the movement and action was a bit faster, if it didn't just instantly drop enemies on top of you who were already shooting, then maybe Raijin would be more fun to play. But this is not a good experience. I was probably being a bit unfair to Mark Flint in the video on Fire Rock that I posted a few days ago. Having taken a little bit more time to poke at some of his computer games, he definitely had a bit of talent. And it really doesn't help that his publisher, System Sakam, had a bad tendency to pick titles that wound up overlapping with more famous games. I don't know about calling Mark Flint a genius programmer and promoting him into his own brand, but in terms of technical skill on a computer, he seems to have had the chops. Now, on the Famicom Disk System, well, let's just say that his two games there are a bit unfair to him. If you skip the Fire Rock episode, Mark Flint is a Japanese game programmer who System Sakam tried to push forward as a celebrity developer. Flint dropped out of the games industry sometime in the early 90s without ever having made a game that really caught on. His best-known games are Jelly Boy for the Super Famicom, which was brought to the US as Smart Ball, and Yume Mikan no Densetsu for the Mega CD, which was released internationally as The Mansion of Hidden Souls. So things that aren't 100% forgotten, but not really games you'd point to for their technical excellence. This is also the final game from Dog that I'm going to be looking at. I eulogized Square's Disc Original group in my previous episode on Akuu Senki Raijin, which was released on the same day. In short, Dog was a publishing collective by several computer game developers who released games to the Disk System through Square. But this collective fell apart with the failure of the Disk System. Moonball Magic was published only to the Disk Rewriter kiosks, the vending machines in stores where you could take your Famicom Disk System games in and have whole new games put on them. Distribution of new covers for games written this way had stopped, but Square still made two different Moonball Magic covers. They just put them on a flyer and let you cut them out yourself. Moonball Magic is kind of sort of a sequel to a very early PC 98 game under the title Moonball, or Flint's Moonball if you're just looking at the title screen. It was a relatively straightforward pinball game in the style that was common on computers at that point. Moonball Magic is pretty different. You start out on this silent screen, batting the ball around on a pretty basic table. You're automatically dropped into this game with no warning or interaction on your part, and you don't even launch the ball, it just appears in the middle of the field. Eventually, you'll hit the ball into one of the holes in the field, and that's when the music kicks in. Rather than getting kicked back out, the ball drops down a screen to a whole new area, and then it proceeds to roll through a fairly lengthy title sequence. I've got a lot of mean things to say about Moonball Magic coming up, and I don't think that'll come as a surprise to dedicated viewers of this channel, since I have a whole long video about the development of pinball video games and the ways that they can go wrong. However, this title screen is really clever. It's the best single idea in the game. Once you're past that title sequence, the real Moonball Magic begins. And it consists of a series of 11 pinball stages, where your goal on every one of those is to open a path to a hole on the table that leads to the next stage. Hitting left activates left flippers, hitting the A button activates right flippers, and pressing any other direction on the D-pad or the B button will nudge the table. The table can't tilt, and you're really expected to just continuously pound those nudges. The most important thing about pinball video games is how does it feel to play them? You could have the greatest table in the world, and if the physics are unpleasant, then it's not going to be very fun to play. In Moonball Magic, the ball's movement and interaction with objects feels just awful. The game uses some techniques that were common for pinball video games at the time, and a large portion of why pinball video games had such an awful reputation. One aspect of this shows up really well when the ball collides with anything that isn't a straight-edge surface. So that would be most things. Collisions occur when the pixels in the ball sprite overlap with pixels of the background, and then the game applies some rebound calculations, along with some acceleration or deceleration factor depending on how it's bouncing, and then a bit of random factor. But because of the way the ball moves, you'll see that these collisions occur repeatedly, and you get a ball that doesn't move naturally. The flippers and any launchers don't apply a whole lot of acceleration, and the issues with the collision and kick are really visible here on stage 3, where if you fall down this right-hand side to the launcher, the ball has a bad tendency to get stuck. It doesn't have enough force to get out of the hole, and it keeps jiggling into walls, which steal away all of its vertical momentum. The fix that was applied here, and I am putting some heavy air quotes around fix, is that most of the tables in Moonball Magic have mysterious acceleration spots. They look kind of like equals sign on the playfield. When the ball rolls over these, it just gets a bit of acceleration applied in a particular direction, but often that's not enough to overcome the rest of the ball's motion. The result is just more inconsistent ball movement. Complicating things on tables are enemies that will appear and get in your way. The table design in Moonball Magic isn't especially realistic. You can warp from one side to the other. There are power-ups that will defeat enemies, and sometimes you have to shoot out blocks. It gives you a few more things to do on every stage, though the layout of the tables themselves isn't especially inspiring. You have 3 balls at the start of Moonball Magic, but if you run out, you can always continue from the stage you lost on, though naturally, progress on that stage is reset. Japanese players of Moonball Magic, well, they don't seem to exist. This is one of those games where it's really not remembered at all, and the one person I found who gave their opinion on it hated it. Though I really wouldn't call that a sample of player opinions. And yeah, Moonball Magic is really unfun to play. Passing stages relies more on random chance than your skill at handling the ball. Not that you can really apply any skill to handling the ball here, because the physics engine is just that bad. Nintendo's original pinball from 1984 was better than this. You should just play that instead of Moonball Magic. Super Black Onyx is the kind of game that Famidaily exists for. It's historically significant, not particularly well known outside of Japan, and totally impenetrable unless somebody explains all of the game systems to you. The Black Onyx, no Super, is often pointed to as the first JRPG. That's not quite true. There were a handful of RPGs developed in Japan before it, but I think it's reasonable to say that the Black Onyx was the first successful JRPG. And that meant it got ported to a lot of places, including Sega's SG-1000 console. 4 years after its release, it was finally time to come out on the Famicom, but by that point the game was a bit dated, and so they reworked it entirely into Super Black Onyx. Super Black Onyx has new levels, including the very start of the game, and new mechanics for the console. Super Black Onyx also added this Roger Dean cover. The story of the game is that at the top of the tower, there's the Black Onyx, a stone that will grant immortality. So naturally, the tower gets filled with adventurers and monsters, because that's how dungeons worked in the early 80s. One convenient thing for players outside of Japan, Super Black Onyx is almost entirely in English. There isn't a lot of text in the game, mainly things in your inventory and character names, but it's English. The very first thing you have to do when you begin the game is decide which character is your main one. Each of these cards is a character, and you press up and down to scroll through them. Left and right will move between the X and circle, and hitting A when it's on the circle means that's the character you're going to be. Most of these characters are pretty similar, and I'd recommend going with a hero for this. Monks and mages are the magic-using classes, though everybody can learn any class. The section at the bottom is their starting inventory. For mages and monks, that's going to include spells. Once you have a character picked out, it's time to enter the dungeon. You only enter with one character, but as you explore you may encounter other adventurers, and have the opportunity to recruit them to your party. In fact, the only thing that appears on the first floor are other adventurers. You'll also find shops on the first floor, including this barber's shop that will give you a different haircut. As you wander around, you'll come across these black walls. Those onyx surfaces are teleporters that will take you to a different part of the dungeon. The one on the first floor just moves you over a couple of squares because it's there to demonstrate what's happening. Another thing that you'll come across as you explore are holes in the ceiling and floor. These are how you get up and down a level in the tower. When you're on one of those squares, press A to travel between levels. From that starting town, I'd actually recommend going down instead of up. The monsters seem to be a little bit easier in that direction. Combat is confusing. When you enter combat, you have three options: fight, run, or talk. You select these by hitting left and right on the control pad. Talking will let you recruit adventurers you find, and if you choose to attack those adventurers, you lose karma. Each character shoots out whatever they have equipped. It then hovers over a target, and you hit the A button while it's hovering there to do the action. That's how you hit people and cast spells. How long the item is hovering out there is dependent on your dexterity, and a random factor. So it's very likely in the early game that your action will shoot out and then return before you get to hit the button. If your item stays out there long enough, you could switch targets or get in multiple attacks. Only 5 enemies show up at once in the combat screen, but you can be attacked by more than 5. They'll have icons at the bottom representing people who will rush in when you knock somebody else out. What each character is using is determined before you get into combat. So mages and monks have to equip one spell beforehand, and then hopefully it's the right spell. The 3 stat bars for each character are HP, Strength, and Dexterity. Your Strength and Dexterity fall as you do actions, indicating that you're getting exhausted. All of these recover relatively quickly as you walk around. You don't get experience points for winning the combat, you get experience points for doing actions. So you have to hit people or successfully cast spells to get experience. You can also find places to get some experience, but those tend to be pretty small rewards. Outside of combat, you can hit the B button to bring up the party menu, and here's where you can switch up equipment or use things on each other. Monk spells are cast by runes, and mage spells are cast by gems, and each gem and rune have a separate use inside and outside of combat. You will need the Radia monk spell, because using that out of combat is how you save the game. Using spells and items is a little bit tricky. On the party menu, you have to scroll to the person, then hit left and right to select the icon to use. Once the icon is chosen, then you go up and down again to choose who you're going to use it on, then press the B button to use that on someone. This is also how you change which spell and weapons are equipped. Super Black Onyx is a huge game. The dungeon is vast and it will take you a long time to explore it. I don't know why you would want to, though. I can appreciate wanting to do something different with the combat system, but this just does not work. It's frustrating to hit the button to attack only to watch your weapon fly back. And managing which spells your casters are using is a nightmare. Also, the game sometimes uses A to select and B to cancel, like in the menus at the start of the game, and then sometimes it uses B to select and A to cancel, like when you're in the party menu. That really gave me a headache. If you want a dungeon crawler, I guess this is more flavorful than some we've seen. I suspect that most people would just find it to be frustrating, though. July 15th, 1988 brings us another milestone as we're hitting the Famicom's 5th birthday. 5 years and the Famicom is really hitting its stride. Of course, we're not halfway through the system's lifespan yet. And for this special day, we have the console's second 3 megabit outing, Jarin-ko Chie, otherwise known as the Konami game you're probably least likely to want. Jarin-ko Chie is a wildly popular comic in Japan. It's a slice-of-life comedy about a young girl named Chie who has to run her family restaurant. Her father's a lazabout with a love of gambling, and her pet cat often wanders off for adventures of his own. This is an adventure game divided into 3 chapters, with each of those characters taking their turn at center stage. You control Chie in Chapter 1 as she wanders her neighborhood, helping people out. Her cat in Chapter 2 as he investigates unusual happenings with the neighborhood cats. And Chapter 3 has you controlling Chie's father as he figures out how to deal with a baby that's been left at the restaurant's doorstep. Unusually, all of the text is presented vertically in the game. Presumably, this is to make it feel more like the comic. You're always presented with a menu of commands, though which commands are available depends on where you're at in the story. The usual commands are represented: move, take, talk. It's nothing especially unusual. I think the only command here that isn't standard to these adventure games is rotate. In some areas you can turn in place to find other objects. Jarin-ko Chie receives praise from Japanese players for being very well written. Apparently the writing and the visuals are just about exactly like the comic. Of the 3 chapters, I like Chapter 2 the best, probably due to the absurdity translating well. You can get a password at any time in the game by pressing select, but when you press select, it triggers an instant game over. It's a small password, but there's only 10 continue points in the game, so getting a password can send you way back. Besides the adventure game portions, there's a few mini-games. The climax of Chapter 1 is Chie learning to hit a baseball, and toward the end of Chapter 2 you have a riddle game and a fight against Moby Cat. There's also gambling mini-games in Chapter 3. Those are notable for being entirely luck-based. And failing at any of these mini-games is an instant game over. The game Jarin-ko Chie is really well regarded in Japan, but I doubt that anyone outside the country is going to care much for it. Its primary draw is the license, so if you're not familiar with that, you're not going to get a lot out of the game. It is Konami's only foray into the adventure game genre for the Famicom. I don't think it was the only one because this was a failure, though. Everything I can find indicates that it was a popular game even in 1988. It is, however, a game only for Jarin-ko Chie fans. You know what the Famicom really needed? Another baseball game franchise with yearly releases. I will give Best Play Pro Yakyuu this, though. It is unlike any of the other baseball games we've seen so far. Right off the bat, though, I have a bit of a problem. What is the title of this game? The logo is written in English as the Best Play Baseball Special. There's smaller text that identifies it as Best Play Pro Yakyuu. The title screen that only shows up when you turn on the power has it as Best Play Pro Yakyuu, while the main menu, which is what you go to when you hit reset, just says Best Play Baseball. Here I'll defer to Japanese sources, which seem to be pretty consistent in calling it Best Play Pro Yakyuu. There's another problem with the game, though. When the game was initially released, it was impacted by a shortage. There weren't enough copies to go around in that initial shipment, and so when they did the next round of cartridges, ASCII updated all of the player stats. They put a sticker on the box, and changed the label to read Best Play Pro Yakyuu Shin Data. As a result, some people consider that cartridge to be essentially version 1.1 of the game, and don't count it as a separate release. From where I'm sitting, it had a different label, had a distinct release date, so I'm counting it as a sequel, even though it only comes out 3 months after this. I also had a real devil of a time getting this cartridge. The first 2 times I ordered this specific version, I was sent the Shin Data game. At least I wasn't paying more than $2 a copy. To understand what Best Play Pro Yakyuu is, you need to understand sports games a little bit. There's basically 2 kinds of sports games. The far more popular type are the ones that replicate the action of the sport. That means how good you are at hitting those buttons determines how well you perform in the game. Every sports game we've seen on the Famicom so far has been one of those. Even the games that have stats for their players, like the Family Stadium series, really come down to how well the player's hitting the button to time their swing. The other type of sports game that's far less common are the statistical simulators. These predate video games by quite a bit. The idea here is that the person playing the game is the coach of the team, rather than the individual players. And a big feature of that is that success and failure is heavily dependent on the statistics. This left-handed pitcher is particularly good against right-handed batters, for example. And that's what Best Play Pro Yakyuu is. You have a bunch of team statistics, you can build your own league, and then you mainly watch the game play out. As the coach, you do have some minor control. You can tell pitchers what you'd like them to throw, tell batters if you want them to bunt, or tell people on base if you want them to steal. You can also switch out the pitchers, and if you have the designated hitter rule on for your league, you can switch out the batter. And that's all the control you have during a game. Between games, you can also change your lineup and alter your batting order, but there's no trading between teams or acquiring new players. Who you have at the beginning is who you have for your 131 game season. I found that the way it displays player stats to be especially confusing. As you might have guessed, this statistics-heavy game originated on computers, though from this point on it really becomes a console game series. Unfortunately, they really need to rework the interface for console players, and I don't think they've done that. It's tough to play Best Play Pro Yakyuu, and I don't think they intended for the menus to be this hard to navigate. These days, baseball stats nerds have much better options if they want to simulate the 1987 Japan League. And so Best Play Pro Yakyuu is really just a historical curiosity. The first time that somebody brought a statistics-based baseball game to a console. Being first doesn't mean that it was good, though, and I feel like the limitations of the Famicom put a cap on what they could do with Best Play Pro Yakyuu. This is a game that nobody bothers going back to revisit. Alright, confession time. I never liked Wizards and Warriors. Which admittedly isn't much of a dark secret. I'm not aware of too many people who were a fan of Wizards and Warriors. I've always suspected that its position as the first big hit from game developer Rare was more due to it being a cheap game than anything else. Regardless of the MSRP, I always remember Wizards and Warriors being marked down pretty cheap. On the Famicom, Elrond has a different claim to fame. It's the first Famicom game to be developed outside of Japan. We've had Japanese-made ports of games from other countries, and games that Japanese developers made for a foreign market and then released in Japan as an afterthought. But all of the code on that Elrond cartridge was written in the United Kingdom. The international market has caught up, and it's starting to show up in the Famicom. In the end, I think there's only around a dozen Famicom games that weren't developed in Japan, It was much more common on the NES as its international counterpart. In Elrond, an evil wizard is terrorizing the countryside, has stolen all of the kingdom's treasure, and abducted 7 princesses. Only the bravest knight, Elrond, is willing to go after him. The game is a platformer with 8 stages. On every level, your goal is merely to get to the end, defeat a boss, rescue a maiden, and then you go on to the next one. But the stage exit's going to be guarded by a knight, and that knight needs to be paid off in gems, or he needs to see that you've at least collected a certain number of gems. Those are scattered everywhere on a stage. Enemies can also drop them, but not often, and it could take you a long time to earn up some of those totals. You're also going to need keys. The color of the key determines what door it opens, although the very first gray doors will open and shut on their own periodically. Collecting a key also opens all of the treasure chests of that color. Most of the chests contain gems, but there are some that have permanent power-ups within them. Some of those power-ups you keep forever. They appear on the left-hand side. Other special items you can only carry one of at a time, and they go on the right. Let's start with the permanent items. The Dagger of Throwing gives you an attack other than your useless sword swing. Yeah, that sword doesn't seem to damage anything when I hit the B button. The dagger flies out and boomerangs back to you. Enemies might drop these little dagger symbols, and collecting those increase the dagger's range. The Potion of Levitation allows you to make Elrond float by pressing up on the D-pad. You can jump from that elevated position to reach some sections, and it is a necessary item to complete the game. Besides having a redundant name, the Feather of Featherfall will let you slow your descent. You can press up while falling and then steer Elrond around. For the special items, there are 2 different wands you can collect. The Staff of Power gives you a much stronger ranged attack, while the Wand of Wonder freezes enemies in place. You could also get the Boots of Lava Walk, which lets you walk on hot surfaces, Boots of Force, which lets you kick open chests, the Horn, which will reveal nearby hidden areas, and the Cloak of Darkness, which lets you avoid enemy projectiles. The wands are used automatically when you attack, but you have to press Select to activate other abilities. Besides all of those collectibles, enemies will drop things that have an effect. These clocks freeze everything in place, and there are 3 varieties of potions. Pink, which lets you jump higher, blue, which lets you move faster, and red, which makes you invulnerable. If you find meat sitting around, that'll recover 200 of your health points. You only have 1 life in Elrond, but there's infinite continues, and you start exactly where you left off, and don't lose any of your inventory. So it's not too difficult to just power your way through the game. Elrond is a perfect example of the Euro platformer. Those platforming games that you saw coming out of the microcomputer tradition in Europe, where they don't control very well, they have sprawling levels that are a pain to navigate, and the levels are packed with useless collectibles, but they still want you to get all of them. Elrond is a good example of terrible level design, too. There's a lot of areas where you'll have to scale for a long time, and then a slip up at the top means you have to do it all over again. And I hope you like jumping between tiny platforms. For the first 45 minutes I was playing this without a guide in front of me, and that resulted in a lot of going in circles trying to find the one spot I hadn't reached. These are some sprawling levels with featureless terrain that looks nearly identical. Oh, and don't overlook that you can press down to enter this tree. It's something that's not used anywhere else in the game, but you have to do it to complete Stage 1. They can afford to give you unlimited continues in Elrond, because there's a good chance you're just going to give up in frustration before you get to the end. If you know anything about the Famicom version of this game, you know that they radically changed things from Wizards and Warriors. The placement of all of the items have changed, the wands behave differently, and most infamously, the first stage doesn't have any enemies in the exterior. It's unclear if that's the result of a bug, or if they just decided to take everything out. While Wizards and Warriors spawned an entire series, none of those games were released in Japan, so Famicom owners were spared the even worse sequels. However, Jarin-ko did take this game and make an arcade game based on it, Legend of Makai. The name is different, but mechanically it's very similar, and the timing of its release makes it likely that Jarin-ko was working on it and releasing Elrond at the same time. I have a theory about Elrond. The game was released in a standard Famicom cartridge shell instead of one of Jarin-ko's shells, and the cartridge code starts NMK, who developed Legend of Makai. That makes me suspect that NMK are really the ones who licensed Wizards and Warriors from Rare. After that, Jarin-ko handled the distribution. I don't have any evidence of this, but the pieces all fit together. So Elrond is not a good game. It's not an absolute bottom-tier Famicom game. There's a bit too much detail, and it's a little bit too easy to use for that. It's not much better than those, though. Moving Elrond around is just a nightmare. The platforming in this game built on platforming is miserable. And the controls for fighting against enemies isn't very good either. There's plenty of other questionable design decisions too. Why do they even have a high score chart? And on top of that, the Famicom port is the worst version of the game. Although it was unpopular at the time of release, Elrond has gained a bit of a following in Japan in the past year. The episode of Game Center CX about it was a fan favorite, and it's led to people picking up the game. As someone who got into this specifically to collect the games that were shown on Game Center CX, I can understand that. But still, why would you want to play this? Nintendo has gone back to their old releases once again to buck up the disk system. And once again, it's a game that was a launch title for the Famicom all the way back in 1983. The third launch game, Popeye, is never going to get a disc release, probably because Nintendo's already lost the license. And looking at Donkey Kong Jr., a question comes to mind. Why is Donkey Kong Jr. not popular? It's the sequel to one of the most beloved games in history. When the original arcade game was released in 1982, it was a hit. So why is Donkey Kong Jr. consigned to the dustbin of history? Okay, it hasn't fallen as far as Donkey Kong 3, but the response to Donkey Kong Jr. seems to be more, oh yeah, that existed. I guess it was good, rather than hailing it as a classic game. And honestly, the reason's obvious when you think about it for a moment. Donkey Kong Jr. was an enjoyable but not great game from the golden age of arcades. It's B tier, and it's not hard to feel that after you play it for a while. In Donkey Kong Jr., Donkey Kong has been kidnapped by the evil Mario. Jr. goes to rescue his father, but Mario unleashes his army of monsters upon the young ape. Donkey Kong Jr. consists of 4 stages, so they managed to fit the entire game in this one compared to Donkey Kong, which had one of its 4 stages cut. And in the first 3, your goal is to navigate to the top of the structure, and grab the vine next to Donkey Kong's cage. Then on the 4th stage, your goal is to push all of the keys to the top of the chain. If they reach the top, then Donkey Kong is freed, and the wicked Mario falls to his death. Junior can jump if you press the A button, but the primary ability that you want to use with him is climbing vines. When you jump onto a vine, you can hit left and right to swing your arm out, and catch onto any other vine that's nearby. And if you're holding onto 2 vines, then hitting left or right will switch to holding onto just one of those. When Junior is holding onto 2 vines, he can climb very fast. When he's holding onto 1 vine, then he can slide down very fast. And this is a pretty good system. There's a dynamic give and take in your motion, and it introduces some strong risk-reward elements to how you move through the stage. Unfortunately, the game really doesn't take advantage of this. Consider the first stage. You start out with 2 vines right above you, so you can use that motion to go up, but then you have to cross over to the platform. You can't pass through platforms in Donkey Kong Jr., you always have to go around them, and that winds up making large chunks of some stages effectively irrelevant. You'll never have a reason to go to the bottom right section of this stage. And the way that the levels are structured, you always have to move in a zigzag pattern, even if it looks at first glance like you should be able to move freely. On stage 1, you have to go up, and then across to the next vine to go down, and then you can go up again, and around the edge of the top platform, and then finally reach Donkey Kong. On stage 2, you can use a perfectly timed springboard jump to reach the floating platform, but if you miss it, you have to go all the way to the right, and then all the way to the left, and then all the way to the right, and then all the way to the left. And breaking the stage into bands like that gives you effectively no room to play around. You can bop fruit when you're climbing on a vine and make it drop, and if it collides with an enemy it will defeat them, getting you points, but one of the fruits on stage 2 can never hit an enemy. They don't fly that low. Stage 3 takes place in a lab, and you'll notice that the vines are only used to get between floors. Otherwise, this is very similar to the first stage of the original Donkey Kong, and I think the long zigzag pattern is really obvious here. Finally, on stage 4, you have a wide open field of chains for you to climb. You've got wide open movement, enemies that you have to figure out how to work around, and a goal on the stage that takes advantage of that vine climbing mechanic. You can push 2 keys up at once, at the cost of being more vulnerable. You've got lots of options for movement and scoring here. There's even a safe zone if you want to go all the way down to the ground. This is the one stage in the game where Donkey Kong Jr. lives up to the promise of its game mechanics. Okay, I've just spent the past several minutes being extremely hard on Donkey Kong Jr., but I really don't dislike it. In fact, I've never heard anybody actively dislike it. Naturally, there's plenty of fans in Japan, and the Famicom port, which was re-released here, is pretty good. It's barely scaled down. It's losing a bit of animation and fine control, but for a 1983 release, no one was going to care about that. It's just, I can play a game of Donkey Kong Jr. every 4 or 5 years and go, okay, that was decent enough. It's not a game that I feel any desire to go back to. It is that other Donkey Kong game, and I think it suffers for that. So I was recording my footage for Mr. Gold, and since it's an adventure game, I was just following a walkthrough. If I don't do that, there's a real chance I won't get enough footage for the video. And at about 15 minutes into recording, I noticed that I was at the end of the walkthrough. At that point, a very long cutscene kicked in which essentially the entire plot of the game occurred. So it wasn't quite over at that point, but this is still an extremely short game. Mr. Gold is based on Toyama Sakura Uchujo Natsu no Nawa Gold, which could be translated as Toyama Sakura Space Story, The Man's Name is Gold. It started out as a short novel, but it had an animated adaptation right before this game came out, and the graphics and packaging are definitely based on that. This is the point where I'd be showing you footage of that adaptation, but it's really hard to get your hands on that. It seems that Gold didn't make very much gold. And just to make things a hair more confusing, the game has a subtitle that is similar to, but not quite the same as the title used for everything else. Toyama no Kin-san Space Joe, which could be translated as Toyama's Mr. Gold Space Story. And all of this is really based on a historical novel by the title of Maboroshi Bugyo. I spent more time trying to unravel this property than I did playing the game. We'll just stick to the gold stuff. Mr. Gold is the son of one of the magistrates that run a future space colony. Though despite it being in the future, everything looks pretty suburban. Mr. Gold's father is attacked, and then assassins start attacking Mr. Gold as well. Gold investigates, but he comes under suspicion himself when there's video of Gold performing some of these attacks. By the way, that entire last sentence occurs in the cutscene right before the end of the game. Gold will have to use the evidence he's collected in order to defend himself in a trial and find the real culprit. This is a menu-driven adventure game similar to other adventure games on consoles at the time. You pick your verb from a menu, then you might have to pick an object that you're going to do that action to, and then you find out what happens. The interface in Mr. Gold can only display 4 lines at once, so often commands will be off the screen and you'll have to hit left and right to access them. You'll spend a lot of time driving around the space colony, and when you do so, you have to enter coordinates that you're going to drive to. Here you have a north and east coordinate. You switch which one you're changing by hitting left and right, though there's no indication of which one you're changing. And for north, hitting up makes the number go down, while hitting down makes the number go up, while for east, hitting up makes the number go up, and hitting down makes the number go down. I don't know how you could screw up an interface that badly, but this game is published by Toei, and this is the kind of quality that I've come to expect from them. Something that you'll notice if you play Mr. Gold is that there is a lot of loading time. It's rare that you enter more than 1 or 2 commands at a location before moving on, unless you're drilling down into the actions. And they didn't seem to store any graphics in memory, so whenever anything happens, even if it's just changing the image on the screen, you have to sit there for about 15 seconds while the game loads. This won't be as bad if you're just playing it naturally, but considering how few options you have, it's still going to be pretty bad. In the trial scene, the game abandons graphics pretty much altogether. You just get to pick out witnesses to talk to, or evidence to present, and then flow through that until you're found not guilty. In Japan, this is an amazingly obscure game. Between being released on the Famicom Disk System, being a tie-in to a property that no one cared about, and being a pretty awful adventure game, no one has anything to say about Mr. Gold. And yeah, this is a real nothing of a game. They basically tried to pad the game out by having you slowly drive around everywhere, but there's still not enough game here that it makes a huge difference. And really, there's nothing better for storytelling than dumping your entire plot in one long exposition scene 3/4 of the way through the story. I don't know if Mr. Gold is the worst adventure game I've played on a Nintendo platform, but it's definitely down there. I absolutely love Bionic Commando. Is there an 8-bit gaming fan who doesn't? But I'm going to tell you a secret. I hadn't played Hitler no Fukkatsu until I started recording for this. It's just that it's a relatively recent pickup for me. I was already super familiar with Bionic Commando, and so when I got my copy, it just wasn't a priority to put it in and play it, especially with how little free time I have right now. The title, Hitler no Fukkatsu, means Hitler's Revival, or Hitler's Return. And the enemies in the Famicom version are decked out in swastikas. There's no hiding that in this version of the game, you're there to kill a ton of Nazis. The original Bionic Commando was an arcade game, and this is one of those instances where the Famicom version took some of the gameplay elements, and then built an entirely new game for it. I find the arcade game to be solid, while the Famicom game is brilliant. I think the title tells you most of what you need to know about the story. The Nazi Weissman is attempting to bring Hitler back from the dead, and the Commando Super Joe is sent in to stop it. He gets captured, so the US goes to their backup plan. Brad Spencer, a man married to his robot arm. Hitler no Fukkatsu is a platforming game, technically. The key difference here is you can't jump. Instead, you have to press the A button to shoot out your bionic arm, which grapples onto surfaces and will pull you in. By default, it shoots at a 45-degree angle, and after it latches onto a surface, you can tap in that direction to start swinging. Pressing the A button again retracts the arm, and if it's attached to a thin platform, you can pull yourself up to it. Or while you're swinging, you could tap down to release the arm, which sends you flying. One of the joys of Bionic Commando is that when you get good with the arm, you can start pulling off some really fancy maneuvers. It's a tough skill to master, but once you're good at it and you know the levels, you can really fly through them. Besides swinging around, the arm also can deflect bullets, stun human enemies, and destroy some weaker things. You can also use it to tear down walls. You don't start out swinging around though. Each level is its own sector on a map, and you have to fly between them. When you enter a level, you get to choose your equipment. Pick a weapon, accessory, usable item, and decoder. Typically, completing one of the action stages will give you one of these. For weapons, your default gun will just fire one shot straight ahead, but you can fire multiple times. The spread gun ignores obstacles, but has a very short range. The rocket launcher does huge damage, but you can only have one projectile on the screen at a time. So with the weapons, there's always some trade-off. The accessories stop bullets that are coming at Rad. The cross will just stop one, while later items that you get will stop multiple hits. The special use items are required at different points. The flares will light up dark areas, and the potion will recover all of your health. For these, you might have to hit start to use them. Finally, the communicators will let you use the rooms you find in levels to talk to people. On some levels, you have to use these rooms to unlock further progress. But sometimes, if you listen to the wrong conversation, you'll be detected, and then enemies will ambush you in the room. When you defeat an enemy, they'll drop a bullet. These are essentially experience points. You start with no health and any hit will kill you, but collect a few bullets and you'll get an extra point of health. Keep collecting those bullets, level up further, and increase the size of your life bar. As you're progressing through levels, you'll also spot these packages that descend from the sky. They could contain a special item like the POW that makes you invincible for a few seconds, but they're more likely to just contain a bullet. These dolls are extra lives. There's a lot more of them scattered around in the Famicom version than there are in the NES version. Some of the stages are neutral areas. Firing your weapon there is forbidden, and if you do shoot, neutral soldiers will start attacking you. If one of the trucks that are moving around the map intersect the helicopter that you fly on, you'll descend to face them in an overhead view. These segments are not challenging, and people barely even remember that they exist. At the end of the platforming action stages, you'll have a boss room, and the bosses in Hitler no Fukkatsu are not the best. Well, except the final one, and I didn't get that far. As a quick aside here, I am severely disappointed that I didn't get to shoot Hitler in the face for this video. The real goal of the boss room is to destroy the reactor at the back, but there will always be some other enemy in your way, like a general who will summon a bunch of troops, or this guy who shoots out his own bionic extension. That extension can't hurt you, but it can be pretty annoying. There's also this flying machine, which can't hit you if you stand here. The big issue is that for a game that's so movement-based, the bosses don't really take advantage of that. You have 3 lives and 3 continues to complete Hitler no Fukkatsu, and since you can die by accidentally throwing yourself off the bottom of the stage, it's possible to burn through those lives pretty quickly. The key is just to keep practicing your movement. While Hitler no Fukkatsu was never a really big series, there were several sequels built on this game. However, going forward, they all took the US title Bionic Commando, and they dropped the references to Hitler. Even in Japan, in the later games, you killed Master D. Unsurprisingly, Hitler no Fukkatsu is recognized as one of the all-time greats for the Famicom, and the game is actually a little bit pricey on the system. Boxed copies in particular are notable for being kind of rare. Speaking as somebody who loves Bionic Commando, I think I like Hitler no Fukkatsu better. While there aren't a lot of big changes to it, there are a few differences on the Famicom version that I think make it easier to play, particularly the proliferation of extra lives. And some of those extra lives are extra special challenges. I think that going forward, Hitler no Fukkatsu is going to be my preferred version to play. That's one of the fun things about the Famicom. Sometimes you find a whole new way to play a game that you already love. Oh boy, it's time for everyone's favorite genre, adventure games! And this one actually was a tough one to record. Maison Ikkoku is not a well-remembered game in Japan. Copies are relatively rare, though not expensive. It's the first of only 2 Famicom games published by both Tech. They were a third-tier computer game publisher, and the games they published on the Famicom were ports of other people's games. Maison Ikkoku was a comic and cartoon series by Rumiko Takahashi. She actually published it simultaneously with Urusei Yatsura, whose Famicom game we've already seen. Maison Ikkoku was a romantic comedy about down-on-his-luck college student Godai. He lives in a run-down boarding house run by Kyoko, a young woman who married her high school teacher while still in high school, and then was quickly widowed. It was love at first sight for Godai, and so the two of them engage in a will-they, won't-they romance that lasts for over half a decade. The goal of the game at Maison Ikkoku is for Godai to discover what secret Kyoko is hiding. And to do that, you'll have to help out all the other wacky residents of the boarding house, sometimes pop out to the neighborhood, and generally work out some puzzles. The absolute best thing in Maison Ikkoku is the art. I feel pretty confident in saying that it was copied directly from Rumiko Takahashi's drawings. The general structure of the game is that Godai goes off and tries to do something nice for Kyoko. They wind up getting together and just about to reveal the ending, and then somebody bursts into her room causing comic hijinks. Having never read the comic or watched the cartoon, the game does give me the impression of being very true to the original source. Similar to other Famicom adventure games, there's a list of verbs on the right-hand side. No specific menu option for go in this one, instead it just lists rooms that you can reach. And what verbs are available depends on what actions you've taken. There was a little bit of do the same action over and over again, but it didn't seem to be too bad. Mainly, just keep talking to people until they run out of things to say. One tip if you're stuck, head to the grocery store. They sell a ton of useful items there, though it's easy to run out of cash. If you do run out, you might be able to borrow some more from other people at the boarding house. The game uses passwords to save your progress, and you get a password by going to the toilet. There's one thing the Famicom has over the other 6 versions of this game, and that's multiple endings. There's a few different endings depending on how in debt you are after everything. The best ending still has you down 1 yen. Maison Ikkoku seems to be a very faithful adaptation of the original story, and it looks pretty good for a Famicom game. But there are better versions out there, including on the PC Engine. The Famicom version seems to be all but forgotten. Almost every place I could find information about the game was talking about a different version. The one site that talked about the Famicom game mentioned that it was pretty buggy. I can't say I encountered any of those myself. What we have is interesting subject matter for an adventure game, but if you're interested in it, you'd play it somewhere else. I like Kai no Bouken a lot. I think it's a very clever example of the kind of puzzle platformer that we don't really see a whole lot of. However, it is really easy to bounce off of this one. You could play it for a couple of minutes, think, boy, this feels awkward to move around, and the jumping is strange, then just turn it off and never think about it again. Still, there's more to it than you might see at first glance. Kai no Bouken, or The Quest of Kai, is the sequel to Tower of Druaga. Or rather, it's the prequel. The actual sequel was The Return of Ishtar. That was an arcade game which didn't receive any home ports. The Return of Ishtar is a pretty bad game, so for the Famicom, Namco made a brand new prequel. Although it was developed by Game Studio, the game developer with the least Googleable name ever, That was the company that Masanobu Endo left Namco to form, so Kai no Bouken has the exact same designer as Tower of Druaga. In this game, Princess Kai is traveling up the 60-floor Tower of Druaga in a quest to recover the Blue Crystal Rod, an artifact of the goddess Ishtar. There's one more special thing about the release of Kai no Bouken. It is the very last 3,900 yen Famicom game. Namco had been the lone holdout on the cheaper game prices, but even they had been increasing to that roughly 6,000 yen mark in the past few months. Your goal on every stage is to acquire the key, and then get to the exit. Easy peasy, right? Well, naturally there's obstacles in the way. They come in only two forms: monsters and spikes. And every monster has its own distinctive pattern that you'll have to learn in order to avoid them. Kai tends to move very slowly, though she can run if you press the B button. Her greatest strength is that she can levitate. Press and hold down A and Kai rises into the air. She keeps going up as long as you hold down A, and then when you let go, she gently drifts back to the ground. But once she starts going down, she can't go back up again until she lands. If you go too high while levitating, Kai will hit her head and drop straight down, and she'll be stunned on the ground for a few seconds before she can move again. The same thing happens if you're running and hit a wall. Kai tends to move slowly with a lot of inertia. She takes a while to get going, takes a while to stop, and you have a whole lot of control over her in the air. You can pick up a lot of speed by running, but you'll find precision while moving that fast to be difficult. And that's really the key to Kai no Bouken. This is a puzzle platformer where the entire point is mastering the challenging moveset of the character. Yeah, Kai handles like a fully loaded oil tanker, but it never feels off. The controls are responsive, it can just take a few moments for Kai to stop doing what she was doing. The result of that isn't sloppy, it's an enormous amount of precision over her movement. And that's what the more difficult levels in Kai no Bouken require. Absolutely precise movement and timing. If you're not trying to rush, then Kai moves at a pace where you can put her exactly where you need her. Of course, the game is always pushing you to rush. Even the bonk your head and fall down maneuver is important, because on some stages, it's how you avoid getting shot. None of this ever becomes frustrating because the game mitigates its difficulty in several ways. First of all, you have unlimited continues. You can even hit reset and just go back to the main menu, and still continue from right where you left off. Second, any enemy that kills you vanishes. Is it really tough to get past that one guy? Well, on your next life, he won't be there. If you continue, on the other hand, the whole level is there when you restart. Finally, Kai no Bouken has a lot of warps. You can run over a treasure chest to collect its contents, and if you get one of these symbols, you're warped to another level. Using those warps, I completed the game in about 15 minutes, going from level 1 to level 60. That's where you find the Blue Crystal Rod. Then Druaga appears to turn you to stone, just in time for Tower of Druaga. However, after the credits roll, that's when the real game begins. You see, there aren't 60 stages in Kai no Bouken. There's 100. And the first 60 are essentially training for the final 40. And while those warps will take you forward for the first 60 stages, from stages 61 on, they warp you to stage 61. Though you can hit reset as long as you do it before the warp kicks in. There's a few more items Kai can collect that will help complete the stage. Most of these are taken from Tower of Druaga. The lamp, for example, makes ghosts appear. And there's a few other items that neutralize one specific enemy. Collecting the Thunderbolt stops enemies from shooting magic. And then there's the most important item, the wings. With those, Kai no longer has to touch the ground before taking off again. So you can bound around in mid-air, avoiding obstacles. Kai no Bouken is a very simple game. Even the graphics and sound are minimalistic. I hope you like that background that causes dot crawl even on my 14-inch Trinitron. Not to mention those same gray pillars and that same one tune. This is a game that takes some very basic elements and then just keeps recombining them in different ways. And because each level is so nicely crafted, forming a bite-sized challenge, I think it works for Kai no Bouken. It's almost like Kai no Bouken was a very early example of the precision platformer. I enjoy it a lot, but I can definitely understand why a lot of people bounce off of it like Kai running headlong into a wall. Kakefu-kun no Jump Tengoku Speed Jigoku is a masterclass in how not to make a platforming game. The title means Kakefu-kun's Jump Heaven, Speed Hell. And that's pretty close to describing the game, except I'd also say it's Jump Hell. What's worse, this isn't a poorly made game. It's not like this is a Micronix designed platformer that's barely holding together. This is a very good implementation of some very, very bad design ideas. Kakefu-kun was a child star who was mainly famous for being famous. He'd regularly appear on Japanese variety shows, do commercials, and make the odd guest appearance on a TV series. Not that long after this game came out, he'd quit show business and eventually become the manager of a convenience store. The plot of the game is that the king is sick, and Kakefu has to recover some magic herbs for him before he dies. And there is our first major problem with the game. That time limit is real time. You have 3 hours to complete the game, including continues. How quickly you complete the game also determines which ending you get. The quicker you beat the game, the larger the reward you receive in the ending. Now you might think that 3 hours is plenty of time to beat an 8-bit platforming game, but what you don't realize is that Kakefu-kun is one of the most hateful games ever designed. In the hour I was capturing video, I reached the 3rd stage. And that's out of 21 stages. The challenge in the game is half movement, half absolutely hateful level design. Kakefu-kun has tons of inertia. It takes him about 5 seconds to get up to full speed. And it feels like there's 4 tiers of speed that he moves through. So slow that you can't do anything, barely slow enough to do some things, an okay walking speed, and so fast that you clear an entire screen in a quarter second. That kind of huge variation and slow startup makes platforming just about impossible. On top of that, it feels like there's several frames of delay before it responds to the jump button being pressed. And even the early levels require frame-perfect jumps. And that's because the level design here is disastrously awful. I hope you like high-speed blind jumps across many screens where enemies are waiting on the tiny platforms that you have to land on. Because you're going to get a lot of those. But maybe you could jump a bit earlier for that and have a little bit more control. That might work if there's not an invisible block there that knocks you into the hole. And again, I want to emphasize, these are the first 3 stages. The later stages are even worse. To deal with enemies, you can jump on them to smash them into the ground, and then jump on them again to defeat them. Of course, sometimes that just doesn't work at all. Running into an enemy is instantly fatal too. No health bar here. If you move through certain objects at high speed, this fuzzball called Wiki may appear. You can pick Wiki up and carry him around with you, and if you run into an enemy, Wiki will go away. You can also throw Wiki at enemies. He'll go through things, then sit on the ground for a bit before he returns to you. Another annoying thing in Kakefu-kun is that the screen doesn't freely scroll. There are multiple layers to the stage, and going up off the top of the screen or down off the bottom of the screen will move you to those, assuming that there isn't water that will kill you in the way. When you do this, the game freezes for a moment and it moves to the next layer, and unfortunately, due to the nature of the jumping in Kakefu-kun, you'll pop up off the top of the screen, wait, drop down off the bottom again, wait. It gives the whole thing a jerky motion. Another annoying thing are these poles that you grab onto. If you jump onto them just right, and if you jump off them just right, then you might possibly complete the jump to the far side. But the poles will launch you automatically, you're locked into position when you touch them, and sometimes you just lose speed by colliding with them. It's very difficult to control where you're going to go when you're jumping off those poles. While recording the footage for this video, I spent a literal hour trying and failing the same jumps over and over and over again. You can continue and the king will revive you, but of course that still costs you time. Kakefu-kun no Jump Tengoku Speed Jigoku is just an infuriating game to play. The movement is sloppy while requiring precision, every jump requires foreknowledge, and they put an absolute time limit on the player. This is a game that you would only play as a challenge to yourself, to see if it was even possible to finish it. You definitely wouldn't play this one for fun. There is a better-ish way to play the game. An improved version was released on the Sega Master System in the US as Psycho Fox, and there was eventually a game built on these as a sequel, Decap Attack. So as bad as Kakefu-kun no Jump Tengoku Speed Jigoku is, at least something decent came out of it. There was a lot of experimentation with fighting games in the 1980s, more than most people realize. Two people squaring off and punching each other until one falls over was such an obviously great idea for a video game that pretty much everybody took a stab at it. Data East Karate Champ might not look like Street Fighter II, but if you pull apart the game systems here, it was a pretty major step on that evolutionary road. Unfortunately, this disk system version was extremely late. The original arcade game, which was called Karate Do in Japan, was released in 1984. It was the first video game based on karate matches, and it might best be known for its puzzling interface which used two joysticks to determine what move you performed. Later in 1984, Data East released a revised version that allowed two players to fight. And that game has an extremely important place in video game history, because when Capcom sued Data East for making a fighting game in the 90s, Data East pointed to it as proof that Capcom didn't make the fighting game genre up all on their own. Karate Champ was ported to Nintendo's consoles in 1986, and then it wasn't released in Japan. I don't know why that happened. 1986 was peak Famicom boom years, and I think this is a game that would have done very well on the Famicom, but for whatever reason, Data East decided only Americans would want to play fighting games. Well, now it's 1988, and Nintendo is calling anybody who will still answer the phone for them, begging for FDS games. Karate Champ was small enough to fit on a disc, so why not release it? Karate Champ is very much an early arcade game. You progress through stages, but the only thing that changes on each stage is the background. If you're playing single player, then you're the guy in white, and your goal is to defeat the guy in red. If you manage to land a blow, then you'll either be awarded a point or a half point, depending on how effective the judge feels that it was. First player to 2 points wins the round, and then every match is fought best of 3. Karate Champ has a pretty significant barrier of entry that can prevent people who are just picking it up and trying it out from making any real progress. The challenge here is that the control scheme is incredibly complicated. Pressing a button in a direction will perform a move. So there's 5 different moves if you press A, because not pushing in a direction is a direction in itself. 5 different moves if you press B, and 5 different moves if you press A and B simultaneously. Some of these moves are straightforward enough. You punch, you kick. But others move you around. You do a spin kick that leaves you facing backwards. Or you jump to a certain point. As a rule of thumb, The actions that use the B button usually go behind you, but that's not true of all of them. And movement in Karate Champ isn't instantaneous. Everything you do has a certain rhythm and reach to it. Getting the feel for that is how you make progress in the game. You can go pretty far with just basic punches and kicks, as long as you can get the feel for the exact moment when you should do it. The way that moves interact and positioning matters makes Karate Champ feel like a technical fighter from a more recent time. There's move priorities. You've got frames of action to take into account. Obviously, this is a primitive form of that, but it still feels like a step on that technical road. If you're ever defeated in a match in Karate Champ, it's game over instantly. No continues. But every opponent's the same, so it doesn't make that much of a difference. There are 10 backgrounds that you're progressing through, and after you reach the end of those, you go back to the start. There are bonus stages after you defeat every opponent. Here you have to smash bottles that are getting thrown at you, but you have to do it in just the right way, and I've always had trouble getting a feel for this one. The timing and move selection is just kind of weird. This version of Karate Champ is super obscure in Japan. Even if it wasn't on the disc system, it probably didn't help that this port came in 1988. Karate Do's heyday was 4 years ago, and as we've seen, video game tech progressed fast in the 1980s. I know Karate Champ can be really difficult to get into these days. You just about have to play with a manual in front of you. That said, it is a very historically significant game. This is where people were figuring out some of those key aspects of fighting games. And even if the structure doesn't resemble what fighting games become, the underlying mechanisms are all there. I doubt many people would want to sit down and become a Karate Champ master, but it is well worth taking a look at. Konami has dropped the exciting sports branding, and for the last 2 sports games that they release on the disc system, they just go with Konamic. This change-up for their sports line wasn't just with the disc system games, though. Konami will release their Konamic Sports in Seoul, their Summer Olympics game, which gets a cartridge release. Similar to Exciting Basket, Konami Ice Hockey is another case where Konami took a game that they made for the US market, and they released an early, stripped-down version for the disc system. Konami Ice Hockey actually started out as Blades of Steel in arcades, but that arcade game was only released in the US, so Japanese players wouldn't have been familiar with it. On the disc system, you've got 2 modes. An exhibition mode, where you could play 1 or 2 players, or a tournament mode where you pick a team and then go through a 3-round tournament. You also get your choice of 3 difficulty levels. And once you've gotten through that, it's time to play. First thing you're going to notice is that this is not a bright game. That's not an issue with the capture device. The ice here is a dingy gray. And the team uniforms are also kind of dull-colored. It wasn't too bad in the first game I played, but then in my second one, I could barely tell my team apart from the opponents. While you're skating around, B passes to another player, while A will shoot the puck toward the goal. Though B will also shoot toward the goal if you're pushing in that direction and there's no other player around. Where you're shooting on the goal is indicated by the arrow, and this shifts up and down with your player. If an opponent has the puck, then you can skate up to them, and if you run into them horizontally, but not vertically, then a fight may break out where you can mash the A and B button until one of you falls over. The puck is always spat out in a random direction before the fight begins, so basically you're fighting over who will get to go after the puck first. There are no penalties in Konami Ice Hockey, so feel free to get into as many fights as you like. You'll never wind up in the penalty box. I had a lot of trouble getting used to the movement in Konami Ice Hockey. While you expect players in a hockey game to move like they're on, well, ice, to me it really felt like they had a ton of extra momentum here. you're not going to be zipping around on the ice. It only took me about a period to get a feel for it, and in that time my opponent managed to score 3 goals on me. But then I was playing on the easiest difficulty level, and I scored 4 goals in the final period. So the AI isn't wildly difficult either. At this point, you might have noticed something in Konami Ice Hockey. There's no graphical flourishes here. There were a lot of little things added for the international release of this game, while on the disc system, it is about as bare bones as you can get. There's not much to talk about in this game, because you've literally seen the entire game. Since hockey has effectively no following in Japan, I couldn't find anyone who had any opinions on Konami Ice Hockey. This is a game that vanished without a trace there. While I don't think Konami Ice Hockey plays poorly, it's also not the version of the game that you want to play. This is almost a prototype build for Blades of Steel. What they made while they were ironing the issues out and preparing a much bigger, better game for the US market. Play Blades of Steel. It's a decent hockey game. You'll have a fun time. This isn't bad, it's just why would you play it when the good version is right there? I'm going to confess some sacrilege here. I don't care for Nekketsu Koukou Dodgeball Boo. Or Hot-Blooded High School Dodgeball Club, if you like. I know it's a beloved classic. And it's the game that turned Kunio from the guy who beat up other gangs to the guy who competed in wild sporting events. But I wasn't fond of it in the original arcade, and the Famicom port is pretty bad. This is the second Kunio game that we've seen. The first was Nekketsu Koha Kunio-kun, or Renegade, the originator of the belt-scrolling beat-em-up, though there was very little belt-scrolling in it. Technos Japan took the beat-em-up elements and put them in Double Dragon, and took that punk Kunio and put him in this game. Nekketsu Koukou Dodgeball Boo became a huge hit, and Technos wound up dividing their efforts. Half into belt-scrolling beat-em-ups, half into punk-themed sports games. A unique feature of the Famicom version is that it supports 4 players. A device called the Joy Pair would plug into the Famicom's expansion port and split the signal for 2 additional controllers. And the creators of the Joy Pair were HAL Labs. Most of the Kunio games going forward will support a 4-player mode, and as far as I'm able to identify, they're the only Famicom games that support 4 players. As a result, it's really difficult to get your hands on one of these splitters. They're pretty rare as far as Famicom accessories go. The original Nekketsu Koukou Dodgeball Boo was an arcade game. It wound up getting ported to a lot of systems, including the PC Engine. Unfortunately, the Famicom is the worst version. Sprite flicker is one thing, but half the time the players are invisible, and on occasion so is the ball. In Nekketsu Koukou Dodgeball Boo, Kunio is taking his dodgeball team around the world in a quest to defeat all of the best teams. When you start the game, you have your choice of playing solo, 2-player, and selecting 3 difficulty levels. You can also hit select if you wanted to rename all of the teams and characters, just in case you wanted to put yourself and your friends in the game. The 4-player mode is a special brawl where everyone only controls one character and the goal is to get everybody else out. When you're playing against another team, things are a little bit more complicated than just hitting someone in the face with a ball. Not that much more complicated, just a little bit. When you're holding onto the ball, you can press the A button to pass it to another player. There's 6 members on your team, and 3 of them will be the ones who are dodging balls, and 3 of them surround the opposing players. Those guys are generally useless. The B button throws the ball at the nearest opposing player. If it strikes them, it does a certain amount of damage, and if you wear down their stamina bar, then they die. At least I assume that's the case given that there's an angel. You have to eliminate all 3 of the opposing players on the court to win the match. If the other team has the ball, then you can press the A button to duck and try to dodge it, or the B button to try to catch it. The timing for dodging and catching seems to be about the same, so I'd recommend just sticking to catching. One thing about catching, though, you have to be facing the ball when you do it. There's 2 more moves that you can do. You can tap twice in a direction to run if you're one of the 3 players on the court. If you step out of bounds, though, you place the ball down and let the other team take it. And any player can jump by pressing A and B simultaneously. You can throw the ball in the air, and in fact that's generally the best approach to playing. You're not out of bounds until your feet land on the ground, so you can get a running start, jump, and then hurl the ball at somebody's head. If your throw is timed exactly right while you're running or jumping, then you'll do a super attack for extra damage as well. The running jump attacks are by far the strongest, and so they're likely the ones that you'll want to use. Just standing there and chucking the ball is by far the weakest attack, and that's why the players surrounding the opponents are generally the worst. They can't run. All of the teams that you face have unique compositions. Some are faster, some are stronger, some have more health, some use special shots more. Similarly, the courts vary from place to place. The mud in Africa slows you down, while the ice in Iceland is pretty slick. If you can beat the final team, which is the US, and not lose a man on the court during the match, then there's one final special match to take on. You fight your own doppelgangers while the screen occasionally flashes. The flickering already gives me a headache, and that just made it worse. There's actually a sequel to Nekketsu Koukou Dodgeball Boo. It was released on the Super Famicom, and it was never released outside of Japan either. Setting aside that I can't see the game half the time, the game suffers due to the players really only needing to do the power moves over and over again. There's no reason to not use the running jump shot constantly. It's the attack least likely to be stopped, and does the highest damage. There's only one ball, and characters turn on a dime, so there's no reason to pass the ball around trying to get into a more advantageous position. The only way that I was really able to take advantage of striking an opponent from behind was when they were running back after making one of their own big attacks. It makes Nekketsu Koukou Dodgeball Boo feel rather simple. And given the technical problems with this version, if you want to play it, play the PC Engine version. It's a shame that Bubble Bobble was a Famicom Disk System game, because I had to skip over that one. On the other hand, I do get Rainbow Islands, the story of Bubble Bobble 2. Unless we're counting the actual Bubble Bobble 2, which I will see much, much later. Rainbow Islands is the kind of game where if you just look at it, you can't tell that it's a sequel to Bubble Bobble. But when you play it, you can really feel the influences. You can feel the pieces of the previous game here, though it's gone in a completely different direction. I need to mention something up front here. This is not the same Rainbow Islands that was released on the NES in PAL regions. That version was ported from scratch by Ocean Software, and if you're familiar with Ocean Software, you know that explains some things. This port of Rainbow Islands was developed by Disco, a small software house that worked exclusively on ports of Taito arcade games. At first, Rainbow Islands was an arcade game, and the Famicom port had to strip a fair amount out of it, though the Famicom version did get a unique stage. At the end of Bubble Bobble, Bub and Bob return to their normal human form, and their next adventure takes them to the Rainbow Islands where someone has stolen their giant diamond. And that's really all of the story in the game. Rainbow Islands is a classic arcade game where they just want you to get in and start smashing people with rainbows. In the Famicom version, you can only play as Bob. The second player has been removed. And you have to get to the top of a vertically scrolling stage. You can jump up through any platform no matter how solid it looks, just like in Bubble Bobble. To deal with the enemies that he encounters, Bob fires a rainbow from his fingers when he presses B. Those rainbows have multiple effects. Any enemy hit by them is sent flying. But enemies can't pass through them or climb up onto them, so they can become entrapped in rainbows as well. Bob can walk on top of his rainbows, scaling them to get to out-of-reach places, and if he jumps on the rainbow, it falls down, destroying any enemies below it. Also, the rainbows can make items appear, and block shots from enemies. They're a very flexible, powerful tool, and it does take a bit of effort to get used to them. The way that enemies are defeated is important, too. All defeated enemies fly up into the air and then come down. When they hit a surface, they turn into something you can collect. Enemies directly hit by the rainbow turn into power-ups and points. Enemies that have the rainbow dropped on them, however, turn into either power-ups or diamonds. And diamonds are the most important thing in the game. Each color of diamond corresponds to one letter in the word rainbow, and you have to spell out rainbow to collect the big diamond after you defeat the boss of the world. Collect 7 big diamonds, and then you can go to the 8th and final world. And there's a trick to the diamonds. Where the enemy lands determines what color they are. The screen is divided up into 7 vertical slices, and each slice gets a different colored diamond. If you know what letters you're missing, then you know where to try to guide the enemies that you're defeating. It's not incredibly difficult to do when you know the trick, but if you were just trying to complete stages, then you probably wouldn't notice that this was happening. The rest of the things that you can pick up are important too. Even the points. Rainbow Islands gives out extra lives like candy, so it doesn't take a whole lot of collecting points to earn you another life. And then there's the power-ups. There's some that last until you die, and then others that have a convenient immediate effect. The shoes will make you run faster, while the pots do a few different things to your rainbows. You can start shooting them faster, or you can start making double rainbows. In the arcade, this could be upgraded to 3 rainbows, but that's been removed for the Famicom version. You could also just start shooting rainbows out around you. This effect lasts a short time, and enemies hit by it become diamonds. Collecting the stars causes an explosion of stars that destroy everything around you, while the star tiara makes a meteor storm that rains down for a short while. There's also this cloak that makes you invincible for a bit. Rainbow Islands is a game that's harder than it looks. It's not too bad on the first stage. It's luring you in with some simplicity, but the challenge quickly ramps up. You get more aggressive enemies that track you more closely, enemies that just won't stop shooting, areas without enough places to stand where you're dependent upon your rainbows. On later levels, you have to find a crystal ball in order to make the boss appear, although those later stages also have a bit of fun since they're based around other Taito games. There's a few tricks you should know. Rainbows go through walls, and you can pass through those walls when you're walking on the rainbow. Stepping on a rainbow automatically moves you to the top of it, and if you barely step off, you'll automatically walk the whole way down to the bottom of it. If you're not ready for that forced movement, then that can cause you to get hit. Be willing to go down sometimes. If an enemy is falling off the bottom of the screen, you can follow them down to see what they become. There's also a few cheat codes that can help you along. Rainbow Islands can be a pretty long game, and you might want to skip ahead to the level that you left off at, even if you don't get to keep your diamonds. The bosses at the end of every stage are pretty big, but also not extremely difficult. The thing is, they could be hit by rainbows multiple times, so you could shoot a rainbow into them, and then jump on another rainbow to make them all fall, and that will give you multiple hits. I have 2 major complaints about the Famicom version of Rainbow Islands. First, I don't think the movement is quite as good as it is in other versions. In particular, the way that they made the rainbows work where you're forced up on top of them, it takes away a little bit of the precise movement. The other big problem is the Famicom's color palette. The Famicom just can't display the vibrant colors in the quantities that Rainbow Islands demands. And so the Famicom version has a very subdued palette. It's 1988, and the limitations of the Famicom's outdated technology are starting to really get felt. But that's really nitpicking. This is a perfectly fine port of Rainbow Islands. And there won't be a better one until 1993. I have a lot of fun playing this game, and I would have kept playing for a couple more hours, except I had to record this and edit the video. I'm actually kind of fond of Great Tank, though sometimes I really wondered why while I was playing it for this video. It's a game with a lot of rough edges, but I also think it's SNK's best effort on the Famicom yet. And there's a lot of wonderful aspects to the game, but then there's a few things where you just wish they did it differently. Great Tank is based on the game TNK3. That game is technically the origin point of Ralph from Ikari. And that gets replicated on the Famicom version, where it opens with Ralph boarding the tank. Great Tank takes place in the aftermath of the D-Day invasion, and you're controlling a tank sent in on its own to kill Hitler? Maybe? Look, the ending's kind of vague in the Famicom version, but it really does make it seem like you won the war single-handedly. Great Tank is a vertically scrolling shooting game that brings a lot of unique twists to the genre. It doesn't auto-scroll. You'll have to make all of the forward progress yourself. The tank has a rotating turret, and it rotates if you hold down B and press in a direction. The B button also fires your rapid machine guns, which are good for taking out soft targets. The A button fires the main gun, and that's what you'll have to use on enemy tanks, bunkers, submarines, trains, or anything else that looks kind of tough. As you're driving around, you'll sometimes see people who need rescuing. You can just drive on top of them. Unlike the Nazis, it won't kill them. If they're locked up in a building, you'll have to blow open the door, too. The advice they give you is, there, and you hit select to clear those screens. You can also get advice over the radio. Sometimes you'll see the call symbol appear, and you'll have to hit select and then go down to choose the radio. That menu also shows you the two big features of Great Tank: the power-up system and the branching paths through the game. While you're driving around, you'll see these squares with letters in them, and those are the power-ups. E gives you some energy in your life bar, and the rest are things that get added to your sub-menu. If you can find an R, that's a reserve tank. It'll refill your life if you run out. It then slowly refills over time before you can use it again. The reserve tank does have to be active in order to be used, and you do that by pressing select, going down to the R, and hitting the A button. The whole bar refills if you die though, so there's never a reason not to have it active. The V, F, B, and L are all different kinds of shells that your tank can fire. The V is rapid fire. They fire faster and you can hold down the button. The F are armor-piercing shells that do extra damage. They can also go through some objects. Bs are for explosive shells. They burst when they hit something or reach their maximum range, and that makes them good for taking out some targets that just won't stop firing. L is long range. It doubles the range of your shots, and will often let you hit enemies that can't hit you back. You activate what type of shell you want to use on the submenu, and one of the clever things in Great Tank is that you don't have to pick one. You need extra damage and long range? Okay, select both of those. Why not add bomb in as well? And if you really want to do some damage, go ahead and add the rapid fire. Unfortunately, power-ups start becoming rare the deeper into the game you get. So I wouldn't use the shells just to use them. You shouldn't hoard them either, But that last portion of the game can be brutally difficult if you don't have anything. While you're driving around, sometimes you'll have the opportunity to take two different paths. You can see that reflected on the map in the subscreen. There's over 20 unique environments that you go through in Great Tank, and you go through only about 8 of them as you complete the game. So if you drive down one path and beat it, there's still a lot more game to see. My path took me through a train yard where I fought a rail boss, some canyons, an electrical plant where lightning was constantly shooting out, and finally a series of wooden bridges. The wooden bridges were the worst possible path to take. Your tank isn't especially maneuverable, so it's kind of hard to dodge shots. And on those bridges, you have absolutely no room for maneuverability. So you'll have a tough time dodging the homing missiles that the submarines fire. And when the tanks start filling up your path with shells, it's not like there's a position that you can safely fire from. You just have to eat the damage and push through. While taking on enemy forces, you can run over the enemy soldiers. In fact, they're such non-threats to you that you might as well do that. Keep in mind that officers drop things, and you won't be able to see what you're picking up when you run them over. Colliding with tanks will do a huge amount of damage to you, and if you run over a landmine, it's instant death. You have 3 lives in Great Tank, but it does offer unlimited continues. And there's even a password for picking up right where you left off. While I was playing Great Tank this time, I was struck by just how hard it was to get the tank to move around. It does not turn on a dime, and that makes dodging a lot of shots and enemies very difficult. And there's some things where you basically have to know that it's coming in order to be able to deal with it. The variety of enemies is also fairly small. There are some that appear in certain special areas, but really you'll be seeing the same 4 types of tanks and 2 types of soldiers over and over again. I still like the game. I love how you've got power-ups that you control and you can mix and match them, and I really like how it mashed up all of its stages into one continuously scrolling battlefield. I also like the visual design in the game. What World War II armaments we do see are represented nicely for the Famicom. It's just that I can see that there's plenty of room for improvement in Great Tank. It's interesting, but it also could have been a lot better. If you were one of the perhaps 24 people who played Flying Warriors on the NES, you're going to look at Hiryu no Ken 2 Dragon no Tsubasa and go, this isn't the game I remember. And that's true. The game was radically changed when it became Flying Warriors. Several modes were taken out, and the graphics were completely replaced with the graphics from Hiryu no Ken 3. Early in 1987, Culture Brain released the first Hiryu no Ken game, and while the action was flawed, it was a pretty ambitious attempt to make a martial arts movie into a Famicom game. Here we are a little bit more than a year later, and Culture Brain is doing the same thing again. And they've learned some lessons, but perhaps not all the lessons. 4 years after defeating his father to win a martial arts tournament, Ryuhei is still training. He finds out that the evil organization that his father ran is now planning to revive a genie, and so he goes out to find divine assistance. And right off the bat, this one's confusing. When you reach the main menu, there's 3 different game modes. The action game, the anime RPG, and the tournament mode. Even within those game modes, there's 4 totally different gameplay styles in Hiryu no Ken 2. The most memorable one, the one that people know the series for, is the one-on-one fighting. As you battle, dots will appear, and they tell you if you're capable of hitting your opponent, or if they're about to throw an attack at you. You can hit up, down, or forward, corresponding to the vertical position, and if you don't do anything, you'll block the incoming blow. Well, assuming that your opponent uses a move that can be blocked. Sometimes you might need to do something a little bit more creative. The A button kicks and the B button punches in this mode, and you need to be careful with your high punches because you can get thrown if those are blocked. But you could also throw people by pressing down and hitting A and B simultaneously. Your health and the enemy's health are given numerically, and the KO number is how strong you are at the moment. If it gets to 100, you'll hear an alarm, and then you can hit A and B at the same time to trigger a special move. If you can beat up your opponent, then you'll get some experience afterwards. That's right, you can level up in Hiryu no Ken 2. During the matches, you'll see bottles fly overhead. Snatch them out of the air to add them to your inventory, and you can hit select at any time to recover your health. These fighting segments are the best part of the game. You can follow the indicators and just play Simon, or you don't have to follow them and go for some big damage. It does feel a bit stiff and awkward though, especially after playing the fighting games that followed in its wake. The tournament mode consists only of these battles. Up to 8 players get to pick a character, and then fight it out. Some of the biggest fights in the game, though, don't have you battling like this. Instead, it goes to an RPG-style interface where you choose different moves. The anime RPG mode replaces all of the fighting segments with those. There's also adventure game segments, which I never managed to get to. And then there's the action stages. These have you running around a free-scrolling environment, and there's always some story goal that you're trying to achieve. Here, you get KO points every time you defeat something, and you lose KO points every time you're hit. If your KO meter reaches 100, then you can shoot a beam. Since the B button punches and the A button kicks, you have to press up to jump here, but not up left or up right. You have to launch straight up and then go to the left or right while you're jumping. It's really awkward. While you're running around, you'll find doors that you can enter and talk to the people inside it. You could get some hints, or you might meet a friendly goddess who will heal your wounds. You can smash bricks that you encounter. Keep in mind that the punch by default is high, the kick is medium, and you can low kick. You can also jump up to smash bricks with your head. The bottles that you'll find refill some of your health immediately. They can't be saved for future use. While you're running around, time passes, so it'll get dark and then it'll become the morning again. The transition times are usually when these lightning-throwing guys appear. If you can beat them up, then you'll have the opportunity to take them on in a proper match. On the first action stage, your goal really is to meet the goddess. You'll want to head around and talk to a few people, then go to the top of this mountain where you'll find a cloud that will carry you over to her. And she'll give you a cloud that will send you down to the underworld where you have to fight some guys. There you'll learn how to transform and get a nifty set of superhero armor. And then it's off to Hong Kong. After meeting the locals there, you get on a ship, only to wind up on an island of hopping vampires. And that's about as far as I got. I was trying to play without a guide initially, and I wound up wandering around in circles for a while. The map eventually loops if you go far enough to the left, but it is a pretty big area. I've got one more tip here. If you want to play the full game, when you first start it up, you're given the option to skip the tutorial. Don't do that, because completing the tutorial gets you 1,000 experience points, plus the opportunity to collect a couple drinks. A lot of care clearly went into Hiryu no Ken 2, and so I wish I liked it more than I did. It's a game that I feel like is close to greatness. But the controls are so bad, I don't want to play it. It's really annoying to pull off the special moves in the fights, and they require a lot of platforming in the action stages that's really difficult to do because of how poorly the jump works. I'm hoping that they have worked this out by the time I reach Hiryu no Ken 3. There's a germ of a good idea here, it's just too frustrating to play it. Now I know what you're saying. This doesn't look like the Romance of Three Kingdoms that I know. Well, that's what happens when you name your game after a public domain book. Sangokushi is the Japanese title of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And so anybody could come along and make a game called Sangokushi. We're also going to see a few Suikoden games. To differentiate Namco's series of strategy games, and yes, there is more than one, from Koei's better-known series of strategy games, this one is often called Sangokushi Chuugen no Hasha, or Conqueror of Zhongyuan. Thing is, that subtitle doesn't appear on the cartridge, the title screen, and it's not the big title on the box. It winds up on covers in smaller text. It's enough to distinguish it from Koei's Sangokushi, so that's what people use. This Sangokushi is a strategy game based on the Warring States period of China's history. It's a time starting in the late 2nd century, when the empire fragmented into a bunch of warlords vying for power, and eventually coalesced again. Or to put it another way, the empire long divided must unite, long united must divide. Thus has it ever been. That 50-year block of history was turned into a novel, which I just quoted the opening line of, and the novel is one of the foundational pieces of literature in Asia. And that's how you wind up with 2 video games both called Sangokushi. When you start Namco's game, you get a personality quiz. It'll ask you some questions like, do you believe in mercy? And your choices will guide you to which warlord you'll be. Besides the rulers of the titular 3 kingdoms, Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and Cao Cao, you can also play as Liu Zheng, Ma Teng, and Yuan Shao. Something I need to point out early on here, the Japanese transliterations of Chinese names are radically different from the English transliterations of those names. So if you're familiar with some of these people and can read katakana, you probably still will have trouble identifying them. The game starts in January of the year 200, and every turn is 1 month. The starting position for everyone is fixed. You always have a certain number of castles starting out, and you get a number of actions per turn determined by how many castles you control. But it doesn't scale up 1 to 1. Controlling 3 castles gives you 3 actions, but controlling 7 castles only gives you 5 actions. Pressing the B button when you're over a castle brings up the stats for the commander there. From left to right, they're health, wisdom, weapons, virtue, and loyalty. Similarly, if you press A on a castle, you'll bring up the castle's stats. And those are gold, farms, commerce, population, and stability. The A button is also how you bring up the menu for commands at each castle. The first option is for development around the castle. That brings up its own submenu where you can inspect the castles, transfer generals around, or see the connections to other places. There's also some very important commands on this menu. You can choose to build up the town's farms, commerce, or population, and you have to assign a general to guide those actions. Doing any of those will always cost you a little bit of money. You can also send a general off to go find things. They could return with some items. They could recruit another general to your side. Your own generals can be snatched away like this, so you'll want to make sure their loyalty is kept high. The final option on this menu is to save, and saving does take up one of your precious actions. The next option from the top menu is your storehouse, and there you can check out what resources you have in your city, move them around, or give them to people. Giving money to people improves their relationship with you, so you can give it to your population to prevent them from rebelling, or give it to generals to keep them loyal. You can also give weapons to your generals, and that improves their martial ability. Money is earned through taxes, and you collect it from farms every April, and from commerce every October. And the amount you collect is also impacted by the size of your population. The third icon from your castle menu is for the military. There you can raise soldiers at the cost of 20 gold per 100, assign them to generals who can control up to 1,000 soldiers each, or send them off to die in your name. When you march to war, you have to choose which generals are going out, and somebody always has to be left behind to control the castle. It also costs money to make an attack. The final option from the castle menu are things that are distinct to that particular location. You might be able to buy weapons, study at a library, have a doctor look you over, or sell some of your loot. There's a lot going on at the castles, and I found the menus to be very poorly organized. I kept having to dig around through multiple sub-menus trying to remember which thing was where. When you head into battle, you initially set down where your troops are, and then you have 10 days to defeat all of the enemy. You get 10 movement points per day, and those carry over between days. Each type of terrain costs a different amount of movement points. While moving around, you can choose special tactics to engage in. What's available to you depends on your commander's wisdom. Each of these has the potential to kill off a large number of enemy troops, but they're all terrain dependent. Somebody has to be in the right position relative to you, and standing on the correct type of tile for you to use the ability. When you're next to an enemy unit, you can choose to attack it, and you have to select what direction you want to attack in. It's a really sloppy bit of interface design. You don't control the troops directly on the battlefield. Instead, you give a set of tactics to each type of unit. Then hit the B button and watch the battle unfold. You aren't necessarily on the left-hand side of the screen either. When you defeat the enemy commander, the day is yours. You can see the strength of each unit at the bottom of the screen, though terrain plays a large part in how effective they are. Units fighting in castles are much stronger than the numbers make them appear. The only way to lose the game is to lose your own commander in battle. So if you sent the character you chose at the start into the fight and they lose, it's game over. I found Namco's Sangokushi to be a really rough game. Everything is dragged out here. It takes a long time to do all of your actions, and there's 12 turns per year. The strange thing is, Namco got this right before. Their Dokugan-ryu Masamune was actually a decent strategy game. For Sangokushi, it feels like they piled on the details. And they did it without really any consideration of how everything would fit together. In Japan, this game is pretty well regarded. But I think this is a case of you had to be there. Every so often, as I am playing through the games in a system's library consecutively, I come across one where the designer was really trying something different. Something that wound up being very forward-looking. And in these cases, even if it doesn't work, you usually get something interesting. Radical Bomber Jirai-kun is an oddball game that if you try to play it on your own, you're probably not going to have a good time. On the other hand, if you have a bunch of friends, then this can be something special. For some reason, the intro to Jirai-kun is a comedy routine. It doesn't have anything to do with the rest of the game. It's just a really weird way to start things off. Jirai-kun is a board game. It's an asymmetrical board game in which 4 players try to stop one other player by minimizing that player's movement options. This type of asymmetrical strategy game wasn't very common in 1988, but there was a direct analog, Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard was a board game created in the early 80s in which a team of investigators attempt to corner another player. In Scotland Yard, the investigators don't actually know where the person they're chasing is, they just get clues based on what that other player did. This isn't the only board game about chasing down and cornering a player, it's just that this is the most likely inspiration for Jirai-kun. And the key to this kind of game is geometry. The board is a network of nodes, and players have to figure out how to close off escape routes. Or if you're the person being chased, how to prevent those chasers from approaching you. Jirai-kun has 5 different maps available for you to play on, plus you have the ability to edit any of them that you like. You can completely rebalance the game as you feel appropriate. In the editing mode, you can load up any of the existing maps, choose between 2 different graphics sets, and modify pretty much all of the parameters of the game. For editing the map itself, you press A to drop the selected tile where you're pointing at, and then press the select button to drop down to the menu option, where hitting A and B will rotate through the tile options. You've got a lot of flexibility to modify the game the way you want, but the game won't let you play on an illegal map. As for playing the game, before you start, you're informed of the parameters. How many people will be chasing the runner, how many Jirai-kun there will be on the map. They're a special computer-controlled character who interferes with everybody. How many turns the runner has to evade the chasers for in order to win. How many bombs the runner gets. How many times the runner can take a double move. And how long before the damage from bombs is undone. Okay, now we're actually at the board. Play starts with the runner, and the runner always gets more options than everyone else. They can move, look at the map, or bomb. Looking at the map just gives you a zoomed out view of the whole area. Useful to know what's going on, but not required. I notice for some weird reason the AI will sometimes pull up the map. I don't know why, it's not like it needs to reference positions. Most of the time you're going to choose to move. If you're on a yellow square, you can move 1 square. If you're on a red square, then you can move to the nearest red square in that direction. Depending on the map layout, this can skip over huge sections of the board. If you're on a W square, when you select move, you'll be offered the option to warp. Maps can have up to 8 squares that are warp points, and they come in pairs. So there will be 2 warp point ones that link together. There's one other special kind of square that you'll interact with, and you're asked if you want to use it at the start of your turn when you're on one. If you choose to do this, that's your entire turn. The squares that have the P in a circle will pivot if you choose that option, rotating all of their connections 90 degrees clockwise. You'll use this to open up new paths or close them off. Bombs will destroy any single line connection that the runner is standing next to. These connections will be restored after a few turns, but it can buy you time to escape. Then, after the runner has done something, they're given the opportunity to go again. This is one of the few advantages the runner has, but they have a very limited quantity of these double moves, so save them for when they're most effective. After the runner does their move, each of the chasers do their moves, and of course their only options are move or map. You always have to move unless there is absolutely no path for you. And if there is no path for you, then your turn gets skipped, even if you're standing on a P button where you have an action you can take that turn. Once all the players have moved, then it's Jirai-kun's turn. Jirai means landmine, and these adorable mobile bombs will do a random walk around the board. They don't chase after anyone in particular, but they appear in large enough quantities that you might have no choice but to interact with one. If Jirai-kun lands on you, then you get blown up and miss your next turn. Sometimes Jirai-kun will just blow up on its own though. The Jirai-kun always appear where the runner begins, and the default setting for the maps included with the game let 5 of them loose in the maze at the same time, 1 for every player. So those are the rules to the game. They're easy enough to understand, like the best board game rules, and there's a lot of complexity that arises out of them. So how does the AI handle it? And the answer to that is poorly. While it's easy for a human player to look at the board and how the players are positioned, then formulate an approach, the kind of pathfinding required to play Jirai-kun is actually a pretty tough computing problem. And while I won't ding Jalico's developers in the mid-80s for not coming up with an algorithm that would completely revolutionize everything in the modern world, the computer opponent in Jirai-kun can't even put up a decent fight. If you're the runner, the only thing it can do is overwhelm you with sheer numbers. If it's the runner, well then it's trivial to corner it. Some of this can be alleviated with better map design, and you've got the tools to edit it right there. But really, you need to play Jirai-kun with all human players. As you might expect from a disk system game at this point, Jirai-kun sold pretty poorly on release. However, it picked up a bit of a cult following as an interesting board game. And I certainly agree with that. The biggest problem with Jirai-kun is that the computer opponents are truly bad at it. And that's solved by just getting some opponents. Playing cat and mouse with your friends is a lot more exciting. And I think this is even something that could be easily played on a stream against an audience. There's plenty to like about Jirai-kun. It's just a bit hard to tell that if you were to only load it up and look at it for a moment. Now before you get all excited, Super Real Baseball 88 is not another yearly baseball series. I know you're disappointed, so I will tell you that there is one sequel to the game. Oh, and they had to change the title because Super Real Baseball 88 is so reviled that no one would buy it if they didn't change the title. Super Real Baseball was even despised at the time. It was the first game to license the actual Japan League and players. The commercials featured Warren Cromartie, a very popular player at the time, along with Kakefu-kun, who we just saw a couple episodes ago, except they couldn't fit Cromartie's name in the game. It basically cut off at Cromar. Now that might seem like a minor thing to mock the game for, but Super Real Baseball 88 does everything wrong, and that just happened to be an especially visible problem. In the game I played, I lost 1-23. There was no mercy kill rule in this one, and I suspect that's going to be the worst baseball score that I'm going to get across this project. The problems start early on with selecting the pitcher. None of the pitchers have stats. I mean, they might have some behind the scenes, but they mainly seem like generic faceless guys at the mound. And then we get into the actual game, and you have to start figuring out how to play. After one inning, I had to stop and go read the manual. This is the least intuitive interface you can imagine. For example, when you want to bat, the first thing you have to do is clear the stats block by hitting A. Then your batter reaches the plate in a relaxed stance, so you hit the A button again to get ready to swing. Or you hold down A to prepare to bunt. Then you can finally hit A one more time to swing at a pitch. So that's a bit annoying for offense. Defense is much, much worse. When you pitch, you have to hit the A button to start the windup, and then hit A again when you want to release the ball. There's a pause in the middle of the pitch that's generally where you have to release to get the right height. Super Real Baseball uses a kind of 3D view, and so the height of the pitch matters a lot, though the perspective prevents you from telling how high a pitch is. For a long time I was throwing balls and I had no idea what was happening. Now they hit the ball, and here's where the perspective gets really bad. You see, it only takes about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds for runners to get between bases. So doing some quick math, they're running at about 60 miles per hour. Don't worry, your fielders also move at a similar speed. Now let's say you can't get under the ball, which will almost always be the case since the perspective is terrible. You have to run over to it, hit A to pick it up, hit A to throw it again, and then hit A to catch it. If you're throwing to a baseman and they miss the ball, they may just stand on their base not doing anything, letting the runner go by. The thing about that 3-step throw is that it makes short tosses nearly impossible. Everything's already too fast in Super Real Baseball 88, and it's really hard to catch if the person's right there. That's not the end of the problems. There's also the shrill sound effects when somebody's called out, the way the pitcher just runs up to the plate when somebody's struck out, and the fact that the music is a much worse arrangement of the exact same fight song that Famista uses. Even in 1988, Super Real Baseball got some strongly negative reviews. However, it still somehow sold 600,000 copies. I've seen people say that kids in 1988 were desperate for baseball games, but I'd hope they wouldn't be this desperate. So a few weeks ago, when I was talking about Salad no Kuni no Tomato Hime, I talked briefly about the low quantities of adventure games released on the NES. And I had completely forgotten that Tombs and Treasure exist, which should tell you everything you need to know about Taiyo no Shinden. I'm still not 100% convinced it's real. It might just stop existing again once I stop thinking about it. In fact, the most interesting thing I know about the game is about the NES version. It was the only console game released by text adventure maker Infocom, though they had been bought by Activision by that point. Taiyo no Shinden is actually a sequel to a game called Azteca. Those were adventure games by Nihon Falcom, the most important computer game developer in Japan in the 1980s, and they'll never touch the Famicom themselves. Porting duties were handed off to Compile, and in this case they seem to have done a pretty good port. Or at least they added a lot of features to streamline some of the clunkier things about the computer versions. The story is that a professor was investigating Mayan civilizations in Mexico. Yes, I know the game is Azteca too. He found out that a seal on ancient evil power was being broken, and then mysteriously died. His daughter and her boyfriend go off to Mexico to investigate. Once there, they meet Raul, the professor's partner, and together they form a party to investigate the ruins. As a player, what you're doing is tinkering with some ancient mechanisms, finding treasures and putting them in the correct place, and occasionally fighting some monsters. The monsters are a bit strange. There's a kind of RPG combat system, but the only commands that really matter to it are fight or move. And destroying a monster gets rid of it permanently at that location. So the monsters are really there as gatekeepers to keep you out of sections of the game where you're not quite ready for them yet. If you're playing without a guide though, it's going to take a bit of experimentation to know what you can defeat and what you can't. The interface uses icons rather than text menus, and the menu is wider than the icons that you can see. You can just keep hitting right and there will be more options. After you've picked an action, you get a cursor in the image, and it snaps to any object that you can interact with. That's actually pretty nice. There's no real guesswork in what you have to click on. It's a pretty friendly way to do a graphical adventure interface on the Famicom. An unusual option in the interface is to change characters. Your main character is the only one who can fight. Your girlfriend can do some things like play music, while Raul is there for his physical strength. I found some of the icons a bit obtuse, but fortunately there's text as well. I can't say I think much of the puzzles in Taiyo no Shinden. There's one section in particular where you have to do a set of actions, then go to a new location, do something there, then return to the first location, do the exact same thing all over again, then go back to the second location and do the exact same thing all over again. That's the most extreme example, but most of the adventure seems to consist of use the correct item in this spot, with very little lateral thinking. It's also possible to put the game in a dead man walking state. That's where you can't complete the game, but the game keeps going on anyways. The very first thing that you need to do when you start playing Taiyo no Shinden is go to this building and get this crystal. Using that crystal gives you the password for your game. There isn't a battery save for this one. I found walking around outside in the ruins to be very annoying in Taiyo no Shinden. Because the game scrolls at the screen, and there are structures at the very edge of the screen, you can't tell that you have to maneuver around something until it's already in your way. That's the only significant complaint I have. But at the same time, there's very little in Taiyo no Shinden that will thrill someone. It is a distinctive game on the Famicom, but it seems to have made no impact in Japan. People seem to like the unique setting, but also aren't very enthusiastic about the game itself. The biggest thing about Taiyo no Shinden is what happened afterward. The team that developed the original game decided to make an action RPG instead, and given their love of lost cities from around the world, they went with the name Ys, and they even slipped some references to Taiyo no Shinden into their other game. we've kind of quietly slipped into a new phase in the disc system. We're roughly 2/3 of the way through the library now, and a lot of the original games that are left are a bit different. We're getting a lot more experimental games where they just throw something against the wall to see if it sticks. Fewer big games intended to capture a wide audience, and more, here's a weird idea I had, do you think anyone would play it? In the case of Bakutoushi Patton-kun, it's actually a pretty old idea. It's just been updated for 1988. Bakutoushi Patton-kun is based on one of the oldest video games around, Tank, or as it became better known as, Combat. The progression of original arcade video games essentially goes computer space, Pong, Tank. That is how early and significant this concept is. Atari's versions were multiplayer affairs. You had to play against another human being. And your goal was to score points in a timed match by steering your tank around an arena and shooting your friends. And really, you could say that's a gameplay concept that persists to this very day. Naturally, the Patton-kun of the title refers to U.S. Army General George Patton. In this case, it's using his association with tanks. The World War II general himself doesn't appear in the game. Once you choose to start the game, you'll have to enter information for any players. All of the tanks have different abilities, and there's a construction mode from the main menu where you can tweak any of them any way that you like. With tank selections made, and any players in, it's time to... Whoa, hey there. Watch your language, Bakutoushi Patton-kun. This is a family show. Who am I kidding? There's no kids watching. There are 56 stages in Bakutoushi Patton-kun, and you can hit up and down at the level screen to choose any one that you've reached. You can also hit left and right to adjust the difficulty of the AI. As you progress through the game, there is a minimum level that you have to use, and this goes up by one every 4 stages. At difficulty 0, your opponents will just sit there and not do anything. At difficulty 16, they will move much faster than you, aim perfectly, and have instantaneous reflexes. For most of this video, I'm playing at difficulty 3 or 4, and this is something that resets every time you advance a stage, so you'll have to manually adjust it. In the action, every tank has tank controls. Yeah, it's a big surprise that they did that. Hitting left and right will rotate, and pressing up will start you moving forward. Pressing down will stop that forward motion. The A button fires your gun, and the B button drops any landmines if you've collected any. It requires about 3 shots to make a tank explode, and when you destroy one, the person inside it can run around on their own. You have to shoot them one more time to put them out of the match. As a little guy, you can hit A to shoot your pistol, and while that can't hurt tanks, it can hurt other people. What you're doing is waiting around for an airplane to show up and drop another tank on the field. If you can get in that, then you're back in the game. The tank shots can destroy some terrain obstacles, though not all of them, and it can be kind of difficult to know what you can and can't destroy. Brick walls are obvious targets, but then there's other blocks that may or may not work. Some surfaces reflect shots, and those are the worst, because you can only have one shot out at a time. Your shot moves so slowly that if you don't hit something, you could be sitting there for 5 seconds before you can fire again. And if there are no walls on the arena, then everything wraps to the other side, which just makes that issue of only one shot even worse. Sometimes when you shoot the correct spot, and not necessarily destroy something, just have your shot hit it, a power-up will appear. These power-ups really change the balance of the game. There's power-ups that will restore your tank's health, of course, but there's also one that will give your shot longer range, which is a bad thing, and one that lets you steer your shots, which makes you extra effective. There's also a radio that will summon the plane to drop a tank. If you're in a tank at a time, the plane won't show up until that tank is destroyed. And then there's the grenade, which flips the entire match on its head, since if you collect it while you're not in a tank, all of the other tanks explode. The very rare question mark icon can do literally any of those abilities. With 56 stages, there's a huge variation in how effective they are. There are wide open stages with nothing there, where you just have to outshoot the AI, and ones that require some careful maneuvering. The computer opponents tend to be pretty stupid about driving, but if they can line up a shot on you, then you're blown up. It makes them pretty dull to play against. This is really a game that's designed for 4 human players, and you'll get the most out of it if you do that. Of course, you do have to have the 4-player adapter to plug into your Famicom in order to get that many players. In fact, this was the first game that lets you play 4 players on your Famicom. That has given it a bit of cachet in Japan, where the few people who remember it think fondly of the competitions they had with their friends. I like a lot of the additions that Bakutoushi Patton-kun brought to the classic style of combat. Customizable tanks, running around as a person after your tank explodes, being able to recover and rejoin the match. All of that works pretty well. The power-up system, on the other hand, I think is actually kind of lacking. All of the power-ups shift the game way too much. And as a single-player experience, it's really not the best. But then it's also obvious that this was designed to be played by a whole group of people. So it's really unfair to judge it by that standard. In conclusion, Bakutoushi Patton-kun really needs to put a quarter in the swear jar. The final game of my first year is Eggerland, Yakyuu no Fukkatsu, or Eggerland, Return of the Labyrinth. And Eggerland is a game series that's more than a little bit confusing. There's really 3 different Eggerland series. You've got the original on the MSX computers, the Eggerland games that started on the Famicom Disk System, and then you have the US Adventures of Lolo. Hal reused puzzles between those 3 series. So the Famicom Eggerland games consist of a mix of puzzles from the computer games and some original ones, while the US's Adventures of Lolo contained a mix of puzzles from multiple Famicom games and computer games. And then the later Famicom games use the Adventures of Lolo name. What matters for Eggerland Yakyuu no Fukkatsu is that it is not the Adventures of Lolo. But you may see puzzles that you're familiar with if you've played the Adventures of Lolo on the NES. The goal on every stage in Eggerland is to first collect all of the hearts, then collect the item from the chest. When you get the chest's item, all of the hostile enemies on the map vanish. You're controlling Lolo, the little blue blob. By default, the only ability Lolo has is to push blocks. But as he collects those hearts, other abilities may unlock. What, if anything, you get is totally dependent on the stage. The most common one is the ability to spit bullets that turn enemies into eggs. How many times you can do this is shown in the status bar. Pressing A takes the shot, and you have about 15 seconds before the enemy hatches back out. In that time, you can push them around. You can even push an egg into water to make a little raft for yourself. Just be aware that any enemies that are destroyed revive quickly. Other items that you can use are shown in the bar in the lower right. When the hearts start flashing, the next heart that you collect will unlock the power-up. Those power-ups are a hammer that can destroy any single brick, a bridge that you can lay over water, and an arrow that you use to turn one-way gates. All of these abilities are activated by pressing the A button, and they are all single use. You've got one shot with it, and if you break the wrong brick or put that bridge in the wrong place, then that's it. You do have 2 options when you screw up a puzzle. First, you can walk out of the room and walk back in. That will reset it back to the beginning. But if you're truly stuck, then you can press select, and Lolo will die. You have 5 lives in Eggerland, but there's no penalty for continuing, and you have a password that puts you right back where you left off. So I don't know why they even bother with that. One of the biggest challenges in solving the Eggerland puzzles are the enemies. Understanding their behavior, and potentially manipulating it, is the key to solving most puzzles. One of the most important things to know about is that when you collect that last heart and unlock the chest, many of the enemies will change behavior. The most basic enemy type is this worm. It just sits there, doing nothing, and you'd have to walk into it to get killed by it. But if you can turn it into an egg, you could push it around and use it to block things. The skulls don't do anything at all until the chest is open, then they go straight after Lolo. So stages with a lot of skulls usually involve mitigating them before you collect the last heart. For other directly harmful enemies, there's also this pill bug that will roll into a ball and chase you. It's not nearly as aggressive as the skulls though, and it can't make any turns while it's rolling. Not all enemies kill you on contact either. These walls will just block you in, but they also stop moving if they get really close to Lolo, and if Lolo walks directly in front of one, it'll chase him down. These bugs actively chase after Lolo, but they just go to sleep when they touch him. There are also enemies that shoot a ranged attack when Lolo is in view. These dragons are asleep until the chest is opened, and their shots are slow enough that you can dodge them if you keep moving. The Medusas, on the other hand, will freeze Lolo in place and then take a shot. And these devil guys will shoot at Lolo no matter which way they're going. There are branching paths in Agerland. If you go to the left here, it'll take you to a special puzzle where you get a map out of the chest. You can hit B at any time to bring up the map, and that's really the only way to pause the game. Lolo's Labyrinth is an 8x16 grid, but there's more than 128 stages in the game. As you explore, you'll have to find these keys, and if you collect all of those, then you get to go to the final stages. I'm not sure why, but we haven't seen a lot of block-pushing puzzle games on the Famicom. Those seem to have all drifted over to the Famicom Disk System, but I guess with that platform dying, they're starting to move back here. Agerland Yakyuu no Fukkatsu is a really good example of that genre of puzzle games. It's not as streamlined as, say, Sokoban, but I think that gives it an opportunity to have a wider mix of puzzles. And there are a few of these where fast reflexes help. I enjoyed this one a lot, and I actually had to stop myself from playing so I could start recording this audio track. The Agerland and Lolo games are some of the best puzzle games on the Famicom, and this is a really good start for it. What would be the ideal game to kick off Famidaily's second year? Well, it's a baseball game, of course. Moeiro Pro Yakyuu 88 is the second game in Jalico's Moeiro Pro Yakyuu series. The original Moeiro Pro Yakyuu was a disaster. It was riddled with bugs that made it barely resemble baseball. Well, we know that Jalico eventually fixed the bugs in that original Moeiro Pro Yakyuu, and it turns out in its first sequel, Moeiro Pro Yakyuu 88, that it's actually a pretty significant improvement on the original. It's still just another 8-bit baseball game, though. The big obvious change that you can see is how they changed up the fielding. They've rotated the fielding perspective about 45 degrees so that home plate and one of the base lines is always at the bottom. And it rotates that view so that first or third base is at the bottom of the screen, depending on which way the action on field is going. I think it does a better job of presenting the scale of a baseball field than other games we've seen. The stadiums feel huge in this one. A more subtle change to the fielding is that now players will run to the general vicinity of the ball on their own. It's not totally automatic, they just get close to it, and you have to do the fine maneuvering yourself. And it's still really hard to tell the ball's position based on the view. And naturally, the computer will still field perfectly every time. Another significant change is in the batting. Now you can press up and down to change how you're swinging. That change is reflected in the pitching as well. You've got a lot more control over where the ball goes when you pitch, and it's reflected in the catcher standing up sometimes to catch something. You can also throw a wild pitch that the catcher has to chase after. The biggest change is that all of your players have biorhythms. What are biorhythms? Well, it's like astrology for people who thought computers were magic. It was a very short-lived fad in the 80s where certain aspects of a person changed in a sine wave pattern. So your health would go up and down regularly. So that's completely absurd and easily disprovable. But at the time, there were all these computer programs used to calculate your biorhythm. In Moedo Pro Yakyuu 88, these are used as modifiers for characters' abilities. For your fielders, these are hits, home runs, and, timely. Timely is their ability to hit a ball when it's absolutely necessary. For pitchers, those three abilities are speed, control, and stamina. The only time that you can see these biorhythms, though, is when you change out a player, or after a game when you're moving on to the next match. So it's a little bit hard to plan around those biorhythms when you can't see them. Moedo Pro Yakyuu 88 is played as a pennant race. There's a smaller number of teams in your own league, and you have to beat them before you go to the final championship game. It is a full season, though. You have to win 75 out of 130 matches before you go to the championship. Then you have to win 4 matches against the championship team. The prospect of having to play out a full season of baseball is why I'm just cataloging Famicom games rather than trying to beat all of them. Even if I liked baseball, that's a bit much. Naturally, between matches you're given a password, and that's how you can play your 130-game season without sitting there for a full week. Moedo Pro Yakyuu 88 fulfills the promise of the Moedo Pro Yakyuu series. It looks and plays better than the baseball games we've seen so far. They even improved the sound samples from the previous game. When Japanese fans want to play Moedo Pro Yakyuu, this is the game that they turn to. This is going to be a tough video for me. We've already seen one stock market speculation game in Matsumoto Toru no Kabushiki Hishogaku. Now strip all of the complexity of that game out where you had moment-by-moment day trading, a real-time clock that made you deal with the stockbroker's schedules, and the ability to commit financial crimes. What you're left with is the money game. Just about the most basic, stripped-down stock market game you could make. This is the first Famicom game by Sothel. They'd go on to make, well, a lot of garbage. And before the Super Famicom ran its course, they'd drop out of the software business and start making RFID tags. In the money game, you're a poor kid with just $1,000,000 yen to his name. You've got a girlfriend, but she's pretty demanding, and wants you to have more money, a nice house, and a nice car. And so you sit in your little apartment and trade stocks trying to get it all. The game is divided up into levels where you have to acquire a certain amount of cash and other belongings before a time limit runs out. For level 1, you have to buy a car and a house. That will cost you about 16 million yen. To be able to beat the game, you need to increase your wealth by roughly 12% a day. Most stocks shift around 5% a day. So unless you're picking out the big winners, you're going to be in trouble pretty fast. You can get good stock tips by calling people on the phone, but the really great tips cost a lot of money. You can also call your girlfriend once you have a car and arrange a date with her. Another place you can get stock tips is in the newspaper. The daily headlines give you a piece of news that will affect a stock over the next few days. And you can also check stock prices in the newspaper. There's also some other economic indicators like the dollar to yen exchange rate. They don't actually have a whole lot of bearing on the game. On the computer, you can buy and sell cars, houses, and of course stocks. You have to buy shares in increments of 1,000. So at the beginning of the game, the maximum number of shares that you could buy are 2,000 in one of the cheaper stocks. So it's not like you can diversify. You buy one thing based on the tip that tells you it's going to perform well, then switch it out with the next thing, and then repeat that about 350 times. And that is literally everything in this game. There's nothing else to manage, nothing else to acquire, no risk-reward. It's literally just watching numbers go up. There's a sequel to this, The Money Game 2, and that one wound up getting released in the US as Wall Street Kid. The Money Game is definitely born out of the Japanese bubble economy of the late 80s. A time when turning 1,000,000 yen into 1,000,000,000 yen on the stock market actually seemed kind of plausible. Today, it's not even interesting as a financial simulator. Just a weird artifact of its time. Before I started playing Ramen-Man, I looked up the game. I saw that people referred to it as kusoge, or crappy game. I braced for the worst, started playing it, and I thought, well, this isn't too bad. There's a few things I'd improve, but it's a nice twist on the adventure game formula. Then, about half an hour later, I hit the action and RPG elements. And Ramen-Man definitely earns its place as kusoge. Ramen-Man got his start in Kinnikuman, the wrestling comic and cartoon that was the source material for one of the absolute worst games we've seen so far. Ramen-Man got his own spin-off series, and that cartoon was coming to an end right when Bandai released this game. It seems like releasing games right as the show was ending was a pretty common strategy. Ramen-Man is an adventure game that happens to have some combat in it, and you can level up from that combat. Still, most of the game consists of exploring the countryside, finding items, taking those items to the right spot, and then using them. So I'd really classify it as an adventure game. The full title of the game is Ramen-Man Sakuretsu Chojin Hyaku Nige, or Fight Ramen-Man, the explosive 102 arts. The plot of the game follows the cartoon closely. Ramen-Man has to meet 7 masters and learn their secret techniques so that he can defeat the 3 evil generals. You control Ramen-Man directly, walking around and exploring this huge open world. By my count, there's over 200 distinct locations in the game. It's in that exploration that you're going to notice the first major problem with Ramen-Man. Ramen-Man moves very slowly, particularly when you're going into and out of screens. It takes a long time to get anywhere in this game, even when you know where you're going. At any time while you're walking around, you can press the A button to bring up a cursor. By default, the cursor interacts with things. Talks to a person, opens a door, that kind of thing. Not that talking to people really helps. There's a myriad of characters wandering around, but only a handful of them actually say anything useful, and they stay in one spot. If you press the B button while the cursor's active, it'll recenter on Ramen-Man, and if it's on Ramen-Man when you press B, then it switches back control to him. At the bottom of the screen, there's a few additional options. You can choose to take things. Picking Use makes the cursor use your selected inventory item on the object you click on. The Ramen-Man button will open that inventory so that you can select an object. You can also select pieces of information that you've gathered, and see your stats from this screen. The last option is to rest, and what that does is give you a password. With that information, you're all set to wander around, pick up objects, and solve some puzzles, since all of the puzzles seem to be use object in correct spot. The game seems to be a bit simple in that regard. So as you're exploring, eventually you'll run into some people who want to fight you. It'll go into this one-on-one match similar to a fighting game, where the A button punches, the B button kicks, and you can press down to duck. These fights are miserable. The only advice I could find on them was to just mash the button as hard as you can. There's no tactics to apply, you can't block or try to outmaneuver them. I could never even connect with a kick. after you meet one of the other masters, supposedly you can press select and choose one of their special techniques, but I never got that far. You start out at level 0, and you earn experience points for every enemy you defeat, but you can't tell how much experience you have or how much experience you're getting. Just that eventually you'll trip over to level 1. Level 1's actually the hardest level to gain. It takes 25 experience to reach level 1, then 15 experience on top of that to reach level 2, 20 experience on top of that for levels 3 and 4. And level 7 is the max level. So the experience system is completely out of whack. I never leveled up either. When you die, you get sent back to the starting point, and I'm not sure if there was an experience penalty or not. You only get half your health back when you revive, and this is what killed my game and my enthusiasm to ever play Ramen-Man again. At level 0, you have 40 hit points, so you have 20 hit points when you revive. The obvious question is, how do you heal? Well, there's one location that shows up in the mid-game where you can heal some wounds, or you can walk around and wait. You heal at a rate of about a hit point a minute. So let's say you barely win a fight with 1 hit point left, you're going to need to spend nearly 40 minutes doing absolutely nothing. I got to the first boss who killed me with a single attack, and realized that I'd just have to sit there with the system running for 20 minutes before I'd even have a chance of taking him on. I don't think I've seen a game mechanic that needlessly cruel in a long time. Without those fighting game problems, Tadake Ramen-Man would have been an okay but perhaps not brilliant adventure game. Great concept for redesigning the adventure game interface, not so great with the puzzles. That combat system, though, is disastrous. It's going to automatically kill any fun that you are having with the game. I sure have been playing a lot of early fighting games lately. Big Challenge Judo Senshuken is all one-on-one judo matches, so it's basically a fighting game. Of course, you're just restricted to doing judo moves, and not even a huge number of them, so this isn't the most dynamic fighting game out there. Big Challenge Judo Senshuken is the first in a new style of branding that Jaleco is applying to their disk system games. From this point on, all of Jaleco's FDS games begin with Big Challenge. Though to be honest, I don't think any of the challenges are really that big. Your goal in Judo Senshuken is to win the World Judo Championship. And when you start the game, you've got the option to go practice in the dojo, or start the championship. This is a fake choice though. A lot of your success or failure in any bout is dependent upon your stamina, and winning matches in the dojo increase your maximum stamina. A new character only has a maximum stamina of about half the bar. Once you start the championship, you're locked in. You can no longer go back to the dojo to practice. So there's absolutely no reason not to go to the dojo and take on the opponents there until you have a full stamina bar. The way that bouts take place in Judo Senshuken is not very straightforward. Your goal is to either pin your opponent to the ground for 10 seconds, or to throw them especially well. If you throw someone, then you might not be awarded the full points, and you have to get 3 points in order to win the match. Until you grapple your opponent, you really can't do anything. There's no punches or kicks that you can perform until you're in a grab. Then, pressing a direction and hitting the A button will either perform a foot sweep, or it attempts to shove your opponent. Attempting any move costs your stamina, and if you're successful with one of these moves, then it will cost your opponent stamina. Doing especially well with a foot sweep may knock them to the ground. Throwing moves are performed with the B button, and you can choose which move you're going to do by pressing a direction and hitting B. I only performed one throw in the hour that I was playing the game. Throws really seem to only be effective if your stamina is higher than your opponent. And just because of the nature of the game, when you're playing against a computer, that's a situation that just won't occur. Naturally, that means that your computer opponents will throw you all the time, and if they're blinking, that means they're about to throw you especially hard. You do have a defensive maneuver for this, pressing A and B simultaneously. That costs a bit of your stamina, but it prevents them from throwing you. Since those are all of the moves that you can perform, what matches wind up coming down to is grappling, sweeping and hoping to throw your opponent, and if they do, running up to their head, pressing down and B, and that will pin them, sometimes. You have to be lined up exactly right, and even then it sometimes won't work. If you're pinned like this, mashing A and B can get you out of it, but if you've got them pinned, well then you just hope that you win. Sometimes the pin works as a submission hold and they'll give up halfway through the count, but it's more likely that you've got to wait out the count of 10. One nice thing in Judo Senshuken is that the opponents are given at least a little bit of personality, like this guy who hops around before you fight, and this guy who always backs away from you until he's out of the ring and then you have to reset. When you back up, he approaches. It's not much, since every single character fights exactly the same, but at least it's something. This wasn't a popular game in Japan, but someone at Jarin-ko seems to have had some fondness for it, since they revisited almost the exact same game a few years later as Moedo Judo Warriors. The game systems are extremely similar between the two, though the cartridge system gives you some feedback with the chance bar to give you a better idea of when you can throw someone. I can't really say that Judo Senshuken is really worth playing. The only viable strategy that I could find, and apparently anyone else could find, is to sweep the leg and then pin them. The game already felt limited, but that just makes it worse. I'm even dubious that you'd have a lot of fun in a two-player match. Adding a couple more throws to the mix doesn't feel like it changes up a whole lot. Some of these early fighting games I've been seeing are interesting experiments that were influential and helped people figure out how the genre would work. This is not one of them. The best I can give it is that it might be the first judo video game. But when the gameplay is this poor, that's not really something to brag about. There's a bit of a dispute over how this game should be spelled in English. We can be pretty confident how it should be pronounced, Sylviana, but is that first vowel an I or a Y? I went with a Y because I assumed that the title was derived from the English adjective Sylvan, but even there, spelling it with an I is an acceptable variant. The game's subtitle continues the process of maximizing confusion because it uses some very alternate pronunciation of the characters in it. If you follow how it says it's supposed to be pronounced, then the subtitle is Ai Ipai no Little Angel, or A Little Angel Filled with Love. But if you go by how the characters are usually used, then it's Ai Ipai Bokensha, or An Adventurer Filled with Love. Basically what it comes down to is that Pack-in Video's naming scheme is a huge mess. The plot of the game is that Sylviana's mother is dying, and she's heard rumors of a special medicine that can cure any disease. So she heads out into the monster-infected world to try to find it. Sylviana the game is an action RPG, and I'm going to freeze it right here. I want you to take a look at this screen and make a guess at which game Sylviana is copying. At this point, there were a few very basic design concepts that people kept returning to for action RPGs. So which one did Sylviana use? If you said Ease, give yourself a point. Though if you said Hide-Glide, there's enough overlap here that you deserve half a point. You fight monsters in Sylviana by running into them. If you run into them at their back, they'll take a lot of damage and you'll take effectively none. They'll take a bit more damage if you hit them from the side, and a lot more damage if you take them head on. Unfortunately, monsters in Sylviana are programmed to head directly toward you. So avoiding those head-on clashes is a lot harder than it sounds. When you defeat a monster, it'll drop a bag that contains some money, but there are no experience points here. You can't grind and level up. Instead, you have to improve yourself by purchasing equipment, or by finding special items that will increase your maximum health. So the game becomes a loop of grind for enough cash to progress, then move through the dungeon that acts as the next story beat. When you need health, you can go to your house and talk to your mother, or you'd go to a town and sleep in an inn. Sylviana moves one screen at a time. You reach the edge, it flips to the next one. And every time you move to the edge of the screen, all of the enemies reset. So if you kill all of the monsters on the screen, then move off and come back, those same monsters are back again. And the position of these monsters is randomized. If they were blocking your way when you crossed in, sometimes just going back and forth is sufficient to clear the way. Though sometimes the monsters appear pretty much right on top of you, knocking you back across the screen transition. There's two ways that you save your progress in Sylviana. One is a memory save, so your data is written to RAM, and then you can reload that point when you die, but this location information is lost when the game is reset. The other is to save to disk, and this takes longer, plus it kicks you back to the main menu when you do it. Like many of these games that offer the memory save function, you're really supposed to be relying on it, making small, incremental progress, and saving as you go. The nastiest thing in Sylviana are the traps. Sometimes, and it's not consistent, there's a spot where you can step, and you get poisoned. And poison in this game doesn't reduce your health, it halves your movement speed. That also means you're going to take more damage in combat because enemies have more opportunity to turn into you. The only way to fix this is to use a special item. It doesn't get fixed by resting. You start with one antidote, but if you use that before you get to town to buy more, then you'll have to crawl along until you reach town. This actually made the start of the game incredibly painful for me, as I discovered that the very first action that you have to take is get to that other town. If you don't do that, and get poisoned when you don't have an antidote, getting to town is effectively impossible. Enemies just outpace you too quickly, and unless you're only 2 screens away, you're going to run out of health before you get there. The other trap that you'll encounter regularly are instant death traps. Step on the wrong spot, open the wrong chest, and it's an instant game over. There are magic eye items that will reveal traps, but they're kind of expensive. More expensive than antidotes, at least. So you're always better off saving often and using the antidotes than you are breaking out those eyes. The other significant item that you'll encounter early on is bread, and that's how you restore health. You can carry 9 of any consumable items at a time, and for exploring dungeons, especially early on, you'll want to go in with full stocks. To use an item, you hit select, which brings up the submenu. This is also where you go to save, and then highlight an item from your inventory. Hit select to go back out, and then you can hit the A button to use that item whenever you like. Well, I say whenever you like, but if there's ever a status message at the bottom of the screen, it prevents you from using items. So picking up money, even if you were standing on it after you defeated an enemy, that blocks using items. You can hit the B button to clear messages, but it still blocks you at the most inopportune moments. Dungeons are scattered around the world map, and you don't really have a great set of directions here. What it really comes down to is finding an area that you can survive in, and then going through that dungeon. So the upper left dungeon is really supposed to be the first one you go to, because there you'll meet a doctor who knows how to make the cure-all potion. And then there's a dungeon right next to your house that should be your second destination, and that's where you can get your first health increase. An important thing to know about grinding up cash to buy those upgrades that you need is that the enemies in dungeons drop a lot more money than the enemies walking around on the surface. In the starting areas that I poked around in, comparing enemies that were roughly of the same strength, the ones in dungeons dropped about 3 times as much cash as their surface counterparts. So take advantage of that while you're grinding. About a year after the FDS version's release, Pagan Video released an MSX version of Sylviana that improves on the game a lot. That MSX version seems to be the more popular version of Sylviana in Japan. The Disk System version definitely has its fans for being a cute and straightforward action RPG, but it's the MSX version that gets the attention. And I think this is actually a pretty solid game. I wouldn't call it top tier, there's a lot of stumbling blocks here, but definitely a game that once you know its tricks, you can have a good time with it. When I talked about Mitokomon 1, I recall saying something like that Mitokomon 2 was a better game. I'm not sure what I was thinking there, because Mitokomon 2 is the exact same game as Mitokomon 1. The first game was released 1 year to the day before the sequel, and as a sequel, this is basically an expansion pack. Same mechanics, new levels. Mitokomon was a very long-running television series in Japan. It was on for 42 years, and was a fictionalized version of the life of Tokugawa Mitsukuni, a 17th century court official who in his retirement wandered the country in disguise uncovering corruption. At the end of every episode, Mitokomon would pull out his medicine case, which had his seal on it, revealing his identity and cowing the villain. The game Mitokomon 2 takes the character Mitokomon out of Japan and around the world. He's in pursuit of the villain from the first game who fled Japan. His quest takes him to the American frontier, medieval Germany, Renaissance-era Italy, 8th century India. What I'm getting at is historical accuracy was not one of the selling points of this game. On every stage, your goal is to gather up all the clues, which will fill up your clue meter on the left, and then report back to Mitokomon. He'll then confront the villain with what you've found. Now you might ask yourself, why would these villains from around the world care what this old man from an isolationist country has found? And that's something Japanese players have noted as well. In general, the game is more comedically focused. At the start of every level, you're given the choice of playing as Kakefu or Suke, two of Mitokomon's retainers. Kakefu fights with his fists and Suke fights with a sword, but in gameplay they're identical. There is a small difference between the two of them. Some clues are only available to Kakefu, and some are only available to Suke. There's always enough for one of them to fill up the bar, though. If one of them gets killed, then the other one takes over, and if the second one dies, then you go to the game over screen. There you can choose to continue from the start of the stage again, or if you've purchased a diary, then you can get a password. As you walk around town, you hit A to interact with people, and B to attack. If you hit an innocent person, then they'll cost you a little bit of money. You always start with $200 or marks or whatever the local currency is, and there's a few shops where you can spend that on things like food to recover your health, that journal so that you can continue, and power-ups that will temporarily increase your speed, defense, or attack. Those power-ups only last about 30 seconds, so it's not worth getting them unless you're doing something immediately that will make them worthwhile. You can also buy charms that will protect you from the women that will grapple you. They're by far the most dangerous enemies in the game since there are no invulnerability frames, and as long as you're held onto them, your health will just drain away. Most of the human enemies will run away if you hit them too many times. You'll have to chase them down if you want to talk to them. A new feature in Mitokomon 2 is that you can present evidence during the conversations. Press select after a line, and you can show the person that you're talking to an item that you've picked up. Those come in handy for the final confrontation on each stage. Among the humanoid enemies, you'll find some that shoot a long-range attack at you. Sometimes when you kill those, you'll get a bowl. And the animal enemies on each stage may drop a pinwheel. Those are items that let you change out your character. You can press start, select the pinwheel or the bowl, and then hit A. The pinwheel transforms you into the ninja Yaishichi. He has a long-ranged attack and can jump. You use that to get into windows so that you can eavesdrop on people. He can also jump over some obstacles to get to hard-to-reach places. The bowls transform you into Hachibe, the drunken fool who will stumble into things. Hachibe is also able to access the gambling games around town. Both Yashichi and Hachibe are on timers. Their health drains away as they run around, and when they run out, you go back to your original character exactly in the spot that they were standing when they transformed. There are a few new things about Mitokomon 2. beware of water, because you'll just fall in and die instantly. You can no longer walk diagonally in this game, so your already slow movement is slowed down even further. Only 2 other characters besides yourself can be on screen at any given time. So if you're looking for someone in particular, you can just scroll people off the screen to get somebody new. Midokomon 2 is not a very strong game. The mysteries aren't that interesting to solve, and it doesn't even have strong appeal for fans of the television show. It's remembered for being a weird, silly game. This is the final Midokomon game too, even though the show will be on the air for another 25 years after this. I don't think they stopped because they decided they'd achieved perfection. Famicom Wars is the launch of Nintendo's own strategy game franchise. It would take 15 years before any of the games came to the US, but it was absolutely huge in Japan. The commercial for the game was a riff on Full Metal Jacket, and it's one of those cultural touchstones for kids who grew up playing the Famicom. This isn't the first tactical war game in this style. It's not even the first tactical war game of this style we've seen on the Famicom. The way that units were handled was very similar in Sabaku no Kitsune. It's Famicom Wars that makes it stick, though. And it becomes the template for a lot of other strategy games to follow. When you start the game, you can choose if the Red Star Army or the Blue Moon Army will be controlled by humans or computers. You can also choose to turn the animations on and off, select your background music, and pick a difficulty. Once you've done that, you have your choice of 15 different scenarios to play. And since you can play as either red or blue side, there's quite a bit of difference in how they play out. The scenarios are not balanced. Ideally, you'd be playing as the Red Star Army the whole way through. The scenarios start off with you at an enormous advantage on small maps, and then become more balanced over time, until eventually the Blue Moon Army has an advantage on some very large maps. And here we have the major problem with Famicom Wars. There is a 16th scenario, a unique one for both Red Star and Blue Moon, and it requires that you complete the other 15 scenarios. You can technically save your game so that you could unlock those final scenarios, but the save RAM on Famicom Wars is notoriously finicky. It was not uncommon to have your save games just wiped out. Yes, you really needed to hold down reset when you turned the power off on this one. Your goal on every map is to capture the enemy headquarters, and that involves moving a unit that's capable of capture onto their headquarters square, and then selecting the capture option. You capture cities and factories the exact same way, though for those there's a meter that will increase every time you select capture. On your turn, you generate a certain amount of income depending on how many cities you control. This income doesn't carry over between turns, so it's a use it or lose it situation. You can select a factory or a city that's close to your headquarters and press B. The first option on that menu is to build. There is a certain amount of unit hierarchy. APCs defeat infantry, tanks defeat APCs, artillery defeats tanks, but it's not especially well balanced. You'll generally have better results throwing a swarm of cheap units at your opponent instead of one very expensive unit. Or to put it another way, the APC costs over 4,000 points. Infantry are 1,000 points. 4 infantry will easily defeat that APC. The other options from that B menu will let you see the current status of the game, resupply units that are in friendly cities, and end your turn. If you select one of your units and hit A, then the cursor will be locked to their movement radius, and you can hit A again to send them there. You can load infantry into vehicles by moving them on top of that vehicle. And when the vehicle ends its movement, you can choose to unload them. At the end of your movement, you also get a chance to capture or attack. One important thing to mention here is if a capture takes more than one turn, that same unit has to remain in that spot and capture until it's done. Otherwise, you have to start the capture over again from the beginning. When you attack, it drops you on this screen where you can see how your unit does in combat. These animations can take a while though, so after you've played for a bit, you might want to turn those off. And mechanically, that's really it for Famicom Wars. It's a very streamlined strategy game. My biggest problem with the game is that the battles take forever to play out. Because of the way that you can just build up and toss out units, it tends to turn into a war of attrition. Even when you know that you will win, it can take a long time to get to that victory. The later maps in particular, when you have many more unit options and a lot more area to cover, are prone to this issue. All that said, Famicom Wars is still the best strategy game we've seen on the Famicom so far. It's a slick, polished package. Intelligent Systems, as the developer of Famicom Wars, would iterate the concept in a very different direction before the Famicom era was done, and somehow that managed to outdo even Famicom Wars' success. Though honestly, I think Famicom Wars is the best of their 8-bit strategy games. Mad City is one of those things that Famidaily exists for. The US version, The Adventures of Bayou Billy, is known for its absurd difficulty. The Japanese advertisements for Mad City say, "This is triple hard action game." However, the Japanese game is known for being fairly easy. We've seen differences between the US and Japanese release before, but usually it's because the later release gets the bugs ironed out, gets the gameplay refined a little bit more. I think Mad City is our first example of something that's going to become a lot more common. Taking the Famicom game and ruining it by cranking up the difficulty level in order to combat the rental market in the US. Mad City is also the first game since 1984 to support the Kosenju, or Zapper. Since it's the first third-party Famicom game to support the light gun, and given the utter failure of the peripheral in Japan, it's a safe bet that Mad City was developed with the US market in mind. One more thing before I get to the game itself. Mad City was intentionally designed to be similar to Crocodile Dundee. That's the culture clash comedy from the late 80s about a guy from the outback. Billy in the Mad City art looks exactly like Paul Hogan as the character. The story of Mad City is that Billy is a Vietnam vet whose PTSD prevented him from living in the city, and so he just lives in the swamps of Louisiana. That's not me putting my own spin on it either. Billy's girlfriend Annabelle is kidnapped by local gangster Gordon, and so Billy sets out to get her back. His mission will take him across 8 stages, 4 of which are beat-em-ups, 2 are shooters, and 2 consecutive ones in the middle are driving stages. On the beat-em-up stages, the A button kicks, the B button punches, and pressing both of them simultaneously will perform a jump kick. It's a very similar control scheme to Double Dragon. Some of the enemies that you hit will drop their weapon, and you collect those just by walking on top of them. For most weapons, you attack with them just by pressing B, but if you pick up a gun, you have to hit select first. One warning about using the knife and gun: there's quite a few enemies that have bulletproof vests on. You have to kick that off of them first, and then those weapons will affect them. And if you wear their bulletproof vest, then all damage to you is reduced by half. One of the biggest differences between Mad City and the Adventures of Bayou Billy is that the Adventures of Bayou Billy made enemies do double damage to you, and you only did half damage to them. The enemies can already be a little bit tough in Mad City, so that was a change that just made the game frustrating. When you finish beating up all the enemies in that section, you have to walk yourself forward to the end of the screen to reach the next section. Every fight is its own little segment, and if you do get killed during one of those, you'll start at that segment. A useful tip to know about the combat? If you stand right on top of somebody, you can punch them and they can't hit you. It's a technique that's absolutely vital to use against bosses. The weapons are generally pretty good, but the whip in particular is important. Its long reach prevents you from taking too much damage as Billy. In general, I found the jump kick to be a pretty useless maneuver. Your leg doesn't kick out until you're coming down, and you don't move very far when you jump. So what inevitably happens is that the enemy that you're trying to jump kick attacks you as you're going up. On the driving segments, you have a limited amount of fuel. That effectively acts as your time limit. On here, the A button throws a stick of dynamite straight up into the air, while the B button fires a machine gun. One of the vehicles on the road will be invincible, and you'll just have to avoid that one. A difference between regions on this type of stage is that in Mad City, your car has a life bar, while in Adventures of Bayou Billy, any little bump will destroy it instantly. The final type of gameplay is the shooting stage. Here, if you're using the controller, both A and B are rapid-fire shots. You'll have to collect bullets as you go, otherwise you'll run dry. Shooting the star kills all enemies on the screen. If you select Game B in Mad City, these are the stages where you can use the light gun. You have 3 continues with which to beat the game, and if you do continue, you restart at the beginning of that stage. Stage 6 in particular is a really long level, and getting sent back to the beginning of that is pretty tough. That said, Stage 6 is likely to be your only real stumbling block in Mad City. Once you've got a feel for how the beat-em-up stages work, it's not too difficult to power through. The weirdest feature of the game activates when you run out of continues. Once that happens, the quiz option appears in the main menu. There you're asked a series of questions about Mad City. I couldn't find anything about it being a contest, and it's not like the quiz section is interactive, it's just text displayed on the screen. So who knows why this is here? Konami provided a tool to make the game easier. If you complete one of the training modes, you receive a permanent power-up that you'll use when you play. However, having that active means that when you reach the end of the game, you don't get to watch the ending. Instead, you're told to play again without the training. Bayou Billy has a pretty bad reputation in the US, but Mad City's actually pretty good. I wouldn't call it top tier. The beat-em-up sections that make up the bulk of the game are closer to the first Kunio game than Double Dragon. And I can't say I'm really fond of the driving segments. The way you have to press up to accelerate, and how the invincible car bounces back and forth gets really annoying. And it's also a really short game. With just a little bit of practice, you'll be clearing the game in about 10 minutes. Mad City actually reminds me a lot of Golgo 13 on the Famicom. Like that game, it's an ambitious attempt to merge a lot of different playstyles together in order to form a more cinematic adventure. But by not focusing on a single one, it also doesn't do any of them really well. And the result is an interesting game, but not a brilliant one. It's only the skill of the developers at Konami that make it as playable as it is. Uh-oh, Data East made a soccer game. And right from the start, they are showing their classic Data East style. They display the title screen and the opening text so quickly I have to freeze frame it. And that is definitely the World Cup trophy that we're playing for. Winners' Cup, which is definitely legally distinct enough from World Cup, is the first action-based soccer game we've seen on the Famicom since, well, soccer. Captain Tsubasa knew that the Famicom couldn't replicate an 11-man per side sports game, and so turned the soccer match into something more tactical. Winning Cup tries to not make any compromises like that. You've got 11 men to a side, the full soccer pitch, and lots of action. Or at least, that's how the game presents itself as. When you start the game up, first you get your choice of teams, then you get to choose a formation. You cannot change this formation during the game. It doesn't take long before you see what a mess Winners' Cup is. The A button shoots, and the B button can dive in certain circumstances, and that's all the control you get. Want to pass to another team member? Well, too bad, you can't do that. Literally all you can do is walk into the ball and kick in the direction that you're facing when you press A. There is a microscopic amount of strategy in the kicking. When you change directions, it takes a few moments for that little dot to spin over. So technically you can kick in more than 8 directions, but in practice it doesn't work very well. You're controlling the character with the arrow above their head, and that arrow is always over the head of the person who's closest to the ball. That means it's prone to changing without warning on you. If the opponent is controlling the ball and they're a ways away from you, the best thing to do is to just stop moving. You're going to flip characters in a few moments, and you won't be able to see it coming. While you're controlling the player with the arrow over their head, you're simultaneously controlling your goalie. That makes fighting for control over the ball when it's near your goal just about impossible to do safely. There's other significant problems with the game. You dribble the ball out pretty far ahead of you, but the input for the kick is only registered when you're right on top of the ball. So if you're running around and want to make a shot, there's a pretty good chance that your input is going to get eaten. And when the ball goes off sides, the game seems to have some difficulty in determining who kicked it. I've kicked the ball out of bounds and been the one to kick it back in. The matches are also extremely short in Winners' Cup. It's about 2 minutes per half. The strangest thing is that when the game is over, a giant-headed mascot comes out onto the field. Then you fly off to face the next team. You have to have an undefeated record at the end of the game in order to take the trophy. Now you might think that's a bit unfair since the game keeps going on, but to quote the developer, you have a reset button. One of the strangest things about Winners' Cup is that there are differences between the teams and some are better than others. The US team is the best soccer team in the world. And now I will pause for a few moments to let everyone else in the world stop laughing. I have one more thing to mention about Winners' Cup. At the start of the match, you see 11 players go onto the field. Now it's tricky to pin down because everyone's constantly moving and the game can load and unload assets. But I believe there's only 7 players on the field, including the goalie. So Winners' Cup is a pretty bad soccer game. It looks better than Nintendo's soccer, but it plays worse, and it's nowhere near as good as Captain Tsubasa. Winners' Cup is not well remembered at all. It's basically a lower-end sports game that only picked up any kind of audience because it was a new soccer game. But there will be much better soccer games than this on the Famicom. And Winners' Cup is just left as a footnote. Not good, but also not bad enough for anyone to care. We've seen a Dragon Ball game before, but I think Dragon Ball Daimaho Fukkatsu actually counts as the start of a new series. It introduces a style of gameplay that will be used in 7 different Dragon Ball games, 6 of which are on the Famicom. Bandai is going to be cranking out a lot of these games. Dragon Ball tells the story of Goku, who was struck by a truck and killed, then woke up to find himself in a fantasy world loosely in the style of a really terrible online RPG. With the overwhelming superpowers that he gains in the process, he effortlessly deals with all threats, while being clueless at the number of women swooning over him. The game is based on the King Piccolo saga from the cartoon and comics. In it, Goku's best friend has been killed, and he goes after the ancient evil that did it. There's two key gameplay styles in Dragon Ball. The plot is moved forward in adventure game segments, and these are not good. The commands you can select are pretty basic. Go, talk, take, search, use. And because the menu is so limited, it leans heavily on you must do the exactly right things in the exact right order, and repeat the same actions many, many times. It's not even a situation where players are supposed to follow a storyline that they know. The adventure game segments are clunky and obtuse, and despite being the place that all of the storyline things happen, they're not the bulk of the game. The real heart of this Dragon Ball game is the board game RPG that links the adventure game segments together. You're given a hand of 5 cards, and those cards have 3 different markings on them. At the top, the number of stars gives you your attack power, distance that you can move, and points that will be applied for overcoming things. The character in the middle tells you what type of card it is, whether you're punching, kicking, that kind of thing. The bottom number is the defense value. It's solely used to determine how much damage you take in combat. To get around the board, you first select a card. The stars determine how many spaces you move. Then you move Goku that many spaces, and then you have to pick a card. What symbol appears determines what you get on that space. Getting the dragon will heal you or swap out 1 card. Getting the fortune teller can do many things. Swap your entire hand, make you play a guessing game where you have to locate 2 of the same character, or play cards greater than the cards revealed so that you can get some free experience points. Flipping over Mr. Problematic does nothing, and drawing Piccolo initiates a combat. The enemy selection is pretty restricted. You'll fight one type of enemy until you hit the next story segment, and then you'll go on to the next type of enemy. In combat, one side picks how many cards they will play, and who chooses the quantity is random. Then you have to pick out that number of cards. Each card that's been played is compared in turn. If the stars match, nothing happens. Otherwise, the side who played more stars gets to attack. The defense number could reduce the damage, or it could prevent it altogether. And for some attacks, you get to choose which special ability you want to use. The nature of the card system means that sometimes you're going to have to select bad cards to play, and if you retain bad cards, then you could easily find yourself stuck with a terrible hand. So unless you specifically want to retain a card, it's generally a good idea to go ahead and fire off all 5. Also, the character's relative levels has a lot more to do with the effects of attacks and defense than the cards themselves. And the level scaling is terrible. If you're attacked by a level 2 enemy while you're level 1, you're dead. You can't run away from combat, you can't do damage to it, but it can hit and wear you down. And when you're dead, it's an immediate game over with no proper continue. You have to enter a password to continue in this game. I had to go through the opening adventure game segment 3 times because I kept getting instantly attacked by a level 2 enemy. To get the password, you have to be on the map screen, then hit select. That brings up a submenu where you can check your status, look at your inventory, and get the password. By the way, don't hit select as you're coming out of combat, or this bug could happen. Getting around these board game maps is pretty bad. Everything is just too random and out of your control. The guessing games every time you land on a square aren't fun, and the combat system just doesn't work. You can't really outguess your opponent, so you're basically either throwing out your high cards early to knock them out fast, or finding simple places to toss your low cards. There's effectively no strategy here. The AI is just tossing down random cards, so it's not like you can predict or anticipate anything. You can't even count cards. Dragon Ball Daimaho Fukkatsu is a sloppy game. It's just not very fun, And yet, thanks to that license, it sold extremely well. And it seems to have been popular among kids at the time, though more recently, people seem to have turned against the game series. The best thing I can say about this game is that it's the first one. By the time I reach the 6th, this formula is going to feel very stale. And it's not a good formula to begin with. Final Lap is fairly obscure in the US. There was a pretty small distribution of the arcade cabinet, and a TurboGrafx 16 port. In Japan, however, Final Lap was huge. It starts with that arcade game. It looks decent enough as a successor to Namco's Pole Position, but the magic was in the cabinets, because Final Lap was the first game that networked cabinets together and let up to 8 players race head-to-head. How do you bring something like that home? Well, you create a split-screen view and let 2 players race simultaneously. The actual racing in Final Lap, I think, is just okay. We've seen better on the Famicom. But being able to race head-to-head was a revolution. They had some talent behind that technical wizardry. The Famicom port is the very first game by Arc System Works. Believe it or not, they actually make a fighting game on the Famicom too. Final Lap pits you in a head-to-head match against one other driver on 8 different F1 courses. You get a chance to customize your machine before you start the race, adding points to the engine, brakes, tires, and nitro. Similar to other racing games of this style, don't bother upgrading your brakes. You get a much greater benefit by increasing your tires. 3 points in tires will let you go around a tight hairpin at top speed. If you braked for that turn, you're going to lose a lot of time. The nitro is how much boost you have. And that's useful, just not as good as putting points into the tires and engine. As you race, you hold down the A button to accelerate and hit the B button to brake. There's no gear shifting in Final Lap. Pressing up fires off your nitro. There's not a lot of strategy to the racing here. The tracks are generally pretty forgiving, though I did find the China track to be a bit winding. It's the 4th track in the single player mode. In single player, if you're in match mode, you're always racing against a rival. You have to beat them in order to go on to the next race. If you lose to them, you do get one more try, but lose again and it's game over. If you can beat the best lap time, then you get an additional point to apply to your vehicle's stats. There's also test mode where you can select any of the 8 tracks, though you're not racing against a rival there. Finally, there's the multiplayer options, including a tournament where you can have up to 8 players compete. Final Lap is pretty simple, and so it's not really the best racing game for the Famicom. For raw speed, I'd rather play Highway Star, and if I was playing a game where I'm upgrading my vehicle, I'd rather play Taito Grand Prix. But those multiplayer options are really nice. It's a lot more fun when you're blocking your friend from passing you than just some random computer player. I can see why people were so enthusiastic about it when it was released. Nakanu nara koroshite shimai hototogisu. Nakanu nara nakasete mio hototogisu. Nakanu nara nakumare mato hototogisu. That's a famous Japanese poem about the 3 major leaders of the Sengoku period, and it's where this game takes its title from. In English, it's, if the cuckoo does not sing, kill it. If the cuckoo does not sing, coax it. If the cuckoo does not sing, wait for it. and it represents the personal philosophies of Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. So you know what that means. It's a Sengoku-era strategy game. The Sengoku era being that period in the 16th century when Japan collapsed into a lot of feuding warlords. Up front, I have to tell you, this is not a visually exciting game. It's basically a board game, and 99% of it is this screen. Very rarely we'll see some things pop up, like Christianity growing in some provinces, and combat has its own tactical screens, but you're going to be spending a lot of your time looking at this, and it's very slow-paced. Even when you're rushing, it takes around 5 minutes for a turn. When you start the game, you get to pick out which warlord you want to be. It includes people who weren't born at the start of the game in 1555. Hototo Gisu takes a very abstract view of the Sengoku period. I chose to be Date Masamune since we've seen a strategy game about him. And then you have to assign points to 4 stats: strategy, combat, politics, and charisma. Strategy affects how well you do in the open field, tactics affects how well you do in sieges, politics affects a few special abilities, and your defense in sieges for some reason, and charisma is how well you handle your vassals. I chose to go with politics and charisma, but that was a pretty bad idea. Charisma is apparently the dump stat in the game, according to people who are good at it. It's the one that's directly affected by other things that happen. Since your charisma can be changed in-game, there's not much reason to put points into it. Every turn represents 1 year of time. And that period is divided up into 10 phases. You go through each phase, then the year increments, and you repeat it again. Which phase you're in is indicated by the bar at the bottom. The strategy phase is when you invest in your territory. You spend money to improve your own territory, but you can also sabotage other people's territories. Phase 2 is tax collection. You select your tax rate and then earn some money. You can choose to not collect taxes, and if you collect too much, the people rebel and you lose money. Phase 3 is move. That's when you can shift your vassals and their armies around to different territories you control. Then comes battle, when you can send your armies out against your opponents. I'll cover that in a minute. One thing about the battle phase, you have to watch as everybody else's battles get resolved. So this phase can take quite a while. Then comes the political phase, where you have a few commands you can choose from. You can get a marriage alliance, you can send ninja after people, or you can improve relationships with your vassals by giving them a position at court. After that, there's another move phase, and another battle phase, and then comes the winter season when the northern territories freeze over. There's another move and battle phase, but you can't do anything in the north. The last phase is the military phase. That's where you can hire more troops, get some vassals, repair your castle, buy guns, and finally save your game. For the military phase, it asks you if you want to do each of those in turn. Combat is handled one of 2 different ways. When troops are sent between territory, there's an option to go out and meet them in the field or wait in the castle. If armies meet in the field, then you need to choose a tactical formation, and then you can watch the battle unfold. You don't have direct control during these battles, but you can choose to use your guns, switch tactics, or retreat during them. If the armies don't come out, then it becomes a siege. And if you're sieging, then you have the option to attack or send a messenger. Successful attacks will wear down the castle's power level, but it will take a while before you can capture it. One of the major complaints I find about Horogitsu is that you can't manage your vassals particularly well. You don't have the ability to see their stats, and so you have to go through trial and error to find out what they can do. And if you get a bad vassal, there's no direct way to remove them. So it becomes a tactic for people to throw them into battle with no support over and over again until they finally die. I personally had 2 major problems with Hototo Gisu. First, you can only see your own territories. I can't see if I'm dealing with some strong enemies, or if somebody's gaining a lot of territory. It's tough to know how the game is progressing. Second, the game is slow. Now some of you might be going, yeah, it's a strategy game. But it takes a long time to do anything, and if you don't have cash, you can't attack or move or do anything with your troops, so all you can do is wait for the next tax phase to come up. And that can take quite a while. From what I've been seeing, Hototogitsu was extremely popular in Japan. It's considered to be one of the hidden gems of the Famicom. One of the things that adds to its mystique is that there's multiple endings. Fulfill special conditions and you get a secret ending when you've conquered all of Japan. The thing is, people still don't know how to trigger some of the special endings. They'll just happen and people aren't sure why. Hototogitsu is an interesting take on that Sengoku strategy game that we've been seeing. It feels a lot closer to a board game than a computer game, and I think that actually helps give it a distinctive flavor. Of the Sengoku strategy games we've seen, I'd put it above Nobunaga no Yabo, but I don't think I'd put it above Dokugan Ryu Masamune. Those slow turns just bring it down for me. Konami Tennis brings an end to Konami's sports line on the Famicom Disk System. We had their exciting games, and then they switched the branding over to Konami, but as you can see right on the main menu of Konami Tennis, they still had that exciting branding right there. Konami Tennis is a pretty basic tennis game. While you do get your selection of 8 teams, each with 4 possible players, on the court, there's really not any difference that I could feel between them. Like most tennis games, A button will swing the racket, B button will do a lob, and how the ball travels after you strike it depends on where you're standing relative to the ball. Maybe the nicest touch in Konami Tennis is the serve animation, where you get a close-up view of your player, and you can get a much better idea of how you're hitting the ball. There are 3 modes: a tournament mode, where your team takes on all of the other teams in a 1-round elimination tournament, an exhibition match where you can pick any 2 teams to play against each other, and exciting mode, which, like all of the other exciting sports games Konami released, allow you to play against a friend who brought over their copy of Konami Tennis with their developed teams on it. That's right, winning matches lets you level up your players. Though, as far as I can tell, there's no stats, there's just a level. So winning will make the character that was in the match stronger, but there's no variation that's happening. As for how it plays on the court, well, this is a pretty mediocre tennis game. You stop dead when you swing your racket, just frozen in place. And you'll notice that the ball doesn't actually connect with the racket a lot of the time. It just spontaneously gets returned. But this isn't consistent. I've had swings where it really looks like I should be returning the ball, and I don't, and swings where I clearly missed the ball, but it flies back. Some of that might be related to the elevation of the ball on the court. It seems like you can't hit balls that are below your waist, but it still feels very inconsistent as you're playing. The motion is stiff, you don't move nicely around the court, and it doesn't even do you the kindness of always keeping you on the same side. It jumps you back and forth across the court between games, which is how it's done in real tennis, but our perspective is not restricted like it is in real tennis. They could have just effectively flipped the camera to the other side of the court. All in all, it makes Konami Tennis feel bad to play. At least they don't make you play a lot of it. You can choose between playing 1 or 3 round matches. Konami Tennis is one of those games that is completely forgotten in Japan. I found exactly 2 people with anything to say about it. Neither of them liked it, especially compared to Nintendo's tennis from 1984, though I wouldn't consider 2 people to be a large sample size. And Nintendo's tennis is a really good point of comparison here, since while it's not as graphically elaborate, It plays so much better than canonic tennis. The only distinctive feature that this game has is character growth, and it's not even well implemented. There's really no reason for anyone to go back and look at canonic tennis. I generally like video game pinball, but in the 8-bit era it's a little bit problematic. Early consoles and computers just weren't really able to do the physics engine well enough to make the game good. The ball physics didn't have to be realistic, but they had to be consistent. And that's something that a lot of early pinball video games couldn't do. Also, you had to have a good table. And a lot of early pinball games had an attitude of, put down some bumpers, a spinner, and a few targets, and that's good enough. Super Pinball isn't just a bad pinball game. It's one of the worst Famicom games. I think I'd put it in my bottom 10. How can such a simple concept be so bad? Well, let's hit start and see. No, I didn't edit in footage of a different game. When you hit start, it brings up this Mahjong screen. What effect does this Mahjong hand have on gameplay? Absolutely nothing. Even when you're playing 4 players and it deals out hands for everybody, this does nothing. Once we advance past that, we find the next big issue. That is not an artifact of my video capturing. The ball is constantly vibrating. I'm not sure if that's a disastrously awful attempt at floating point calculations, or if they just decided to jiggle the ball to try to randomize the physics engine. Either way, it's bad and it makes the gameplay worse. You can't consistently flip the ball. If you can't repeatedly do a shot, then it's a bad pinball game right there. But the physics engine in Super Pinball just takes it to a whole new level. This one is virtually unplayable. And then there's the table. Theoretically, it's a multi-part table with screens that line up vertically. In practice, it's a bunch of totally independent screens that don't really connect to each other. For example, there's certain progressive targets, like shooting this lane repeatedly to make the gate at the top left disappear. If you fall off the bottom of the screen and return, all of the progress toward that goal is reset. Also, you can't just shoot up from the lower areas of the table. You have to shoot into specific lanes to go back up. And the layout is just plain bad. The 2 sections that you're going to be spending 95% of your time on are effectively identical. Some bumpers at the top, a spinner lane on the right, and targets on the left. This is generic pinball table. There are some things that you can do to prevent draining out the out lanes. Roll over all the targets here, and that covers them up. Or hit all 3 light-up targets on the left. However, if you leave the screen and come back, those covers go away and you have to earn them again. On the bottom screen, there's a slot machine. It's the most important feature of the table. You can get 3 tires, and that'll add a block that'll prevent the ball from draining between the flippers. Or you could get 3 cars. This lane on the left-hand side normally shoots you up to the second screen. But after you've gotten 3 cars, it shoots you up to the third screen. And the third screen is where Super Pinball gets weird. Shoot the loops a few times, and that will open up the middle section. Then shoot the middle section, and you go into some wacky tables. There's actually a bit of creativity on display with those, but keep in mind, it takes a lot of luck to just access these. In my hour of play, I did it once. If there were multiple gates to enter these special boards, so they were a more integrated part of the game, well, Super Pinball would still be a bad game. But it would be better than it currently is. Between the wonky physics, the weird lack of progression on the tables, the boring table design, and Mahjong, Super Pinball is just disastrously awful. It's the first game by developer Soft Machine, and they make one more NES game. And weirdly enough, that one is interesting in a good way. Unlike Super Pinball, which is interesting in the sense of, how did you get this so wrong? Hudson's output on the Famicom has slowed way down since they got their own console, the PC Engine, but it hasn't stopped yet. The thing is, Kame no Ongaeshi reminds me a lot of a game that Hudson will be releasing just 4 days later on the PC Engine. Machine Eiyuden Wataru, better known in the US as Keith Courage in Alpha Zone. It's not a one-to-one match. It's just I find that Kame no Ongaeshi's model of having alternating gameplay styles between each level, and going from slower platformers where you have to power up, to more fast-paced action segments, you can just see a lot of the same DNA there. But it's also following in the footsteps of a different game Hudson published, Momotaro Densetsu. Kame no Ongaeshi can translate as, the turtle fulfills its obligations. And that points to it as being a very loose adaptation of the folktale of Urashima Taro. In fact, the game has a subtitle, Urashima Densetsu, just like Momotaro Densetsu. In that story, Urashima is a kind-hearted boy who saves a turtle, and the turtle takes him to an underwater palace of unearthly delights. He spends some time there, and then has to go home, only to find that a century has passed. In the game, instead of taking you to an underwater pleasure palace, the turtle takes you to the distant future where 5 queens have been kidnapped, and Urashima dons a suit of mecha armor to save them. A sci-fi adaptation of a Japanese fairy tale wouldn't fly for a US release, so the fantastic elements were removed, leaving just the sci-fi stuff for Xerxes. Kame no Ongaeshi follows a pattern for its stages. You start in a platforming area where you can go in some doors, you'll get a weapon power-up, and find the hidden door with a statue you have to blow up in order to get the star that will rescue the queen at the end of the level. Then you go into a maze-like area where you can wander up and down through air pipes. A short shoot-'em-up segment follows that, which also has branching paths. Then another maze segment. Then you ride on a turtle to fight the boss. And finally a longer shoot-'em-up segment where you fight another boss at the end. And then all of that repeats. While you're walking around outside of the fortress, you'll find these doors. And there's a whole lot of different things that can be inside them. You would get some information, though sometimes you might have to pay for it. This frog will heal all of your wounds if you pay him. This dog guy will give you a new weapon. You can only have one weapon at a time, so when you meet him, you're always switched out for something new. He can also give you special power-ups that will last until you've been hit 3 times. One trick about the guy who gives you weapons, if you leave his room and then turn around and go immediately back in, he'll upgrade them for you. You can find these rooms where fairies are trapped. You have to defeat the robot head to release them and get a reward. There's also these bathtubs where you need to fill them up by hitting the faucet a few times. The most important room in these segments is hidden. There are doors that will be revealed if you attack star blocks enough times, and inside those doors is a statue. The statue will attack you, and if you defeat it, you get a star. The star is required to free the queen at the end of the area, so without it, you can't get to the end of the game. A couple of tips about the side-scrolling areas. You can fire above your head by holding down up, and it always uses your default gun. You can also hold down and press jump to go much higher. Your regular gun is just a straight shot, and almost immediately you'll get an octopus ball that you can throw downward. You can bounce it off the ground and hit high-up enemies. The jellyfish shot is a wave beam that goes through solid objects. I actually found it to be one of the lesser weapons due to its rate of fire being so slow. The sea snake weapon surrounds you with protective spheres. These balls can also fire, and if you crouch and press fire with them, they release a constant stream of attacks. The short-term power-ups you get include flying fish boots that let you jump a lot higher, and reduce your falling speed if you tap the jump button. The mirror creates a double of yourself over your head that replicates your firing pattern. There's also an item that makes you invincible for 10 seconds, but 10 seconds is so short it winds up being useless. Just remember that the boots and mirror stop working if you get hit 3 times. Once you reach the fortresses, keep an eye out for these vents in the ceiling and floor. You can enter those to change between areas. The doorways in here can lead to shops where you can buy any weapon that you've already used, along with the special power-ups that you've gotten. The robots also sell tips for the bosses, but I found them to be kind of useless. Enemies drop currency in the form of these E's, and the L's that they drop refill your health. In the shoot-'em-up segments, you can collect S capsules to increase your animal's speed, or P capsules to increase your attack power. How your attack power increases is different for every shooting stage. Sometimes it adds a shot in another direction, sometimes it just increases your forward firepower. You have bombs in the shoot-'em-up segments as well, but there aren't a whole lot of ground enemies. You can collide with terrain in these portions of the game, but it doesn't kill you, it just does damage. Finally, there are the bosses, and these guys are actually pretty good. They're big screen-filling enemies that throw lots of projectiles at you, and can have some pretty tricky patterns. They're definitely the best thing about Kame no Ongaeshi. There's one more neat thing about the game, and that's how there are multiple endings. After you rescue all of the queens and watch their little dances, and then defeat the final boss, you're given a box, and then you have to decide what to do with it. There's a different ending for each of your 3 choices. I can't say I thought Kame no Ongaeshi was brilliant. I felt that the shoot-'em-up segments weren't quite as smooth as they could be, and in the side-scrolling segments I felt like it either needed more platforming or more blowing up enemies. And the mazes inside the fortresses aren't too complicated. I also don't like how when you're given a door at the end of a shoot-'em-up segment, you have to either guess right or repeat the whole segment over again. That said, there is a lot to like here. There's plenty of action, and it's a long enough game that they use a password system. The varying weapons are pretty cool, and so is trying to manage those power-ups. I'd call Kame no Ongaeshi a solid B-tier game. Above average, but not as good as it could be. The kind of game that nobody in 1988 would be unhappy about playing, but 30 years later has lost a bit of its luster. It's definitely better than its spiritual counterpart on the PC Engine, though. For quite a while, I thought that Super Dynamics Badminton had something to do with the computer game developer Dynamics, who was just getting started around that time. Maybe something they developed on the Amiga that got a weird port. But no, this is solely the work of Nintendo-adjacent developer Pax Softnica. They were working for the unfortunately much less demanding VAP, who you'll recall as the publishers of such fine games as Super Monkey Bouken and Super Real Baseball 88. I can honestly say Super Dynamics Badminton is the best game they've published so far. It's a low bar, but they managed to clear it. Super Dynamics Badminton is, well, badminton. The tennis-like game where players hit a shuttlecock back and forth over a high net. If the shuttlecock lands out of bounds, if a player can't hit it before it reaches the ground, or if they hit it twice before it goes over the net, then the side that screwed up either loses control of the serve, or the other side gets a point. Only the side that served can get points. Your first choice when you start up Super Dynamics Badminton is what court you're going to play on. That's right, the main menu is solely for a cosmetic change.
After you've selected that, then you can pick if you're going to play 1-player, 2-player, or 2-player doubles. The choice between girl and boy isn't just graphical. The shuttlecock moves slower for the girls, and they only play to 11 points, while boys get to play to 15. Then, at the country selection, you're picking out who you're playing against. You always play as Japan. And of course your goal is to defeat all of the other countries. On the court, the A button swings your racket, and the B button jumps. How you swing your racket is determined by what direction you're pressing when you hit the button. It's an interesting concept, but it doesn't work. What you're going to want to do is get under the shuttlecock and then just swing. So if you press in a direction, you're getting out from underneath it. While you have 4 different kinds of strokes, you can't use them effectively. And the AI is extremely good. There's only one difficulty level, and no difference between any of the countries that you play against. I'm sure it's beatable with practice, but as a newcomer it's very frustrating to play against. The one strategy that I found that worked was to spike the shuttlecock. When it's close to the net, jump up and hit it down. But the timing for the jump hit is incredibly small, and to spike it you still have to hit down on the controller and hit A to swing the racket. I can definitively say that Super Dynamics Badminton is the best badminton game on the Famicom. It's also the only badminton game on the Famicom. Honestly, it's not poorly made, it's just not really good. It's a very bland sports game for a minor sport. And if it wasn't for the fact that it's the only badminton game on the Famicom, it wouldn't have anything at all notable about it. I've got to jump straight to the end on this one. Ys is one of the most ported games in history. By my count, there's 18 distinct ports. The game got around a lot, and it was on virtually every single platform from the mid-1980s onward. And that raises the obvious question: is the Famicom port a decent port? And to that I answer, have you heard of anybody who wanted to play the Famicom port of Ys? Ys is one of the progenitors of the action RPG. The initial releases were for computer systems, and they were a massive hit there, and so naturally console ports soon followed. But Nihon Falcom, as the maker of Ys, were only a computer game company. They didn't do console games at the time. So those ports were handed off to people who weren't necessarily the best. And in the case of the Famicom version, it was Advanced Communications Company, the developers of Photon and Homaga Toki, better known as Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So Victor didn't exactly contract the A development team for this. But it still turned out okay, and I think that's entirely on Nihon Falcom's excellent design, rather than the abilities of the Advanced Communication Company. The title Ys comes from a city in Celtic mythology that sank beneath the waves off the coast of France. In the game series, Ys is a lost continent from the mythic past. In the original Ys game, the swordsman Adel arrives at a small town that has a monster problem. In order to help solve those problems, he'll have to recover some magic books from the lost continent. Yeah, despite being in the title, Ys doesn't actually play much of a role in this first game. The first thing you have to do is get fully equipped. Unfortunately, you don't start with enough money to get fully equipped. There's a trick in the first town that can get you a little bit of extra cash. If you spend all 1,000 of your starting gold on this ring at a pawn shop, and then take it to this guy with an eye patch, he'll give you 1,500 gold. It's still not enough to get you fully equipped, but it will cut down on your grinding. And as you might expect, Ys is a very grindy game. Not so much for the levels, though those help a lot. Once you're fully equipped, you can earn experience very quickly. No, what you really need to grind for is cash. you're going to have to buy most of your equipment, and by the time that you need the next tier of equipment, you might have earned about 1/3 of the cash you need for it. And unfortunately, one of the changes in the Famicom version is that a few of the easy cash methods have been removed. They've also removed some easy experience points, but that doesn't matter as much. When you're fully equipped, you can talk to this fortune teller who will set you on the main quest to recover the Books of Ease. Ease has a distinctive combat system. You bump into enemies to attack them. Enemies can only do damage to you if they hit you head on, though if your defense is high enough, you'll block some of those attacks too. The key to combat is being a little offset from enemies. In the Famicom version, they've got a bad tendency to spin in place and face you as you approach, so hitting them from behind or from the sides is actually pretty risky. Instead, just be half a square offset from them. That's sufficient for you to do damage and not get hit in return. Something to watch out for, though, is that when enemies get knocked back, if they wind up against terrain, they could get stuck inside you if you attack again, and that could lead to your health rapidly draining away. What can make the combat difficult is that Ease tends to throw a lot of enemies at you. There's a lot of people around, and with enemies bouncing off your attacks, it can be easy to get swarmed. Ease also has a distinctive way to recover health. While you can pay to get healed, it's pretty expensive. Instead, stand in place, and you recover about a hit point every half second. When you finally do have some money to throw around, you could always buy healing herbs, but when you're starting out, you're gonna have to rely on that. A very convenient feature of Ease is the battery save. You can save from this menu that you access by hitting select at any time. So use it early and use it often. Something to mention about that menu interface is that it's not as straightforward as it could be. To equip items, you have to bring up the menu by pressing select, then press A to look at the equipment for that inventory slot, then press down to activate the cursor that will let you equip things. One of the biggest problems with the Famicom version is the scrolling. Adol has to be at the very edge of the screen in order to make it scroll. That can put you uncomfortably close to monsters, but it also can hide paths that you are supposed to be able to see. In the dungeons in particular, where there are doors that you're supposed to go down through, you basically have to hug the wall in order to find them. Other differences in the Famicom version include some changed music, some very different map layouts, and a completely different final boss, though obviously I didn't get far enough to show that off. Though getting to the boss wasn't out of the question, Ease is known for being an extremely short game. It's why even before the 80s ended, they started packaging it with the sequel. Ease launches an enormous series, and we're going to see 2 sequels on the Famicom. I like the Ease series a lot. Even this original game. In fact, I think this is the 5th copy of Ease 1 that I own. Obviously, I'd recommend playing Ease, it's just I wouldn't recommend the Famicom version. If this was the only version of Ease in existence, I would say it's good despite its flaws. But there's 17 other versions of this game out there, and I'd play any of those before the Famicom version. It's a good game that happens to be a port of a great game, so why not play one of the great versions?